The latest news from around the world. 94.4 SpiceFM.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Asento. President Uhuru Kenyatta, his Deputy President William Ruto, as well as ODM party leader Raila Odinga are today expected to attend the National Prayer Breakfast. The Parliament of Kenya is scheduled to host the 19th edition of the National Prayer Breakfast at Safari Park Hotel. President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected to grace the occasion-themed transitions. The National Prayer Breakfast is an annual ecumenical event under the auspices of the co-patrons, the Speaker of the Senate and the National Assembly, and organized by a group of dedicated volunteers who make up the National Prayer Breakfast Organizing Committee. The organizing committee is co-chaired by Senate Majority Leader Senator Samuel Pogesho and Daniel Manzo MP. In his communication to the House last week, Speaker Lusaka urged senators to attend the critical event and pray for the nation ahead of the general elections. The purpose of the National Prayer Breakfast is to meet, engage, interact and together pray for the nation in the company of fellow leaders from all sectors of society. Now, heated debate ensued in the National Assembly as Garissa Town Member of Parliament Ednah questioned the failure by President Uhuru Kenyatta to appoint a secretary to the cabinet for the last 7 years, during which time Head of Public Service Joseph Kinyua has been acting. Duale said President Kenyatta's non-action could jeopardize the transition process that should be led by a committee led by a duly appointed secretary to the cabinet. The Garissa Town MP had raised a question with the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, whose chair Kangema MP Muturi Kigano sought to respond after days of finding the answers. When Kakamega Member of Parliament Kakamega Senator Cleophas Malala has apologized following his rival remarks over the qualifications of the Kenyan Police Service. Taking to social media, Malala regretted the sentiments in which he claimed police officers do not necessarily need higher education, but rather just 2 hands and legs to do the job. He said the remarks, which have since attracted criticism for the public, were misunderstood, further highlighting the importance of police officers in the country. Meanwhile, the National Police Service has now hit back at Kakamega Senator Cleophas Malala following his remarks about men and women in uniform not necessarily needing higher education. In a video that has gone viral, Malala, while speaking during a Kenya Kwanzaa tour of Western Kenya, said police officers needed just hands and legs. National Police Service spokesperson Bruno Shoso, in a subsequent response, expressed dissension, terming Malala's sentiments as demeaning to the service. Now, leader Kalonzo Musyoka seems to be going all the way to the ballot, despite reports suggesting that he might be going back to Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party. Yesterday, Kalonzo raced against time to submit at least 48,000 signatures from across the country. The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has set a threshold of 2,000 signatures from across 24 counties supporting an aspirant candidate. For Kalonzo and a section of aspirants, the extension of the deadline from Monday to Wednesday saved them a possible first-round exit in the clearance process that includes formal presidential nomination beginning Sunday. The Wiper leader walked out of Azimio last week and named Andrew Sunkoli, a Narok senatorial aspirant, as his running mate. This as the list of presidential aspirants could reduce significantly after a majority of the initial 55 aspirants failed to submit their credentials to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. The clearance requirements that include collection of at least 2,000 signatures or endorsement from at least 24 counties may well have been an uphill task for most of the aspirants. Less than 10 aspirants from political parties and an even smaller number of independent aspirants complied with the IEBC deadline by close of business yesterday. And a section of leaders allied to the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party have hit out at Deputy President William Ruto over his title to vet a piece of land. This comes as DP Ruto, during a Kenya Kwanzaa Economic Forum, said he acquired the 2,536-acre mud farm after he helped former Taveta MP Basil Kritikos to offset a loan he owed the Agriculture Finance Corporation. Suna East MP Junet Mohammed and Orange Democratic Movement Party Secretary General Edwin Sifuna have, however, dared the DP to distribute the land. And finally, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that he will be open to negotiations with Russia, but only direct talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Speaking by video link to the World Economic Forum, Zelensky said there is a potential for finding a diplomatic way out of the conflict if Putin understands reality. Zelensky added that a first step towards talks with Russia would be for Russian forces to withdraw back to the lines that were in place before Russia launched its invasion in late February. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person. Hustler is a person who is making his a living through hard work.
The group of leaders we are having now, Kenyans, listen, the chemical composition is the same. You will mold them to ODM, then NASA, you mold them to Kano, mold them to Jubilee, mold them to any other different color sometimes, but the chemical composition is the same.
It's not about me as Nurdin Haji, but it's about the constitution that I swore to protect. So when individuals attempt to hoard those powers and they want to be investigators and also prosecutors, then of course I have to defend that position because that position is in the constitution and that's what Kenyans wanted.
I'll tell you what happens is that when you ignore court orders, you're creating and quoting anarchy. Then you create a very dangerous precedent.
A story is told of the first president of the country who also went to visit Madare, presidential tour. And of course, he went to this place and he introduced himself. So one of the enemies says, hata wewe kuna jina kama yangu.
The Situation Room.
Good morning this Thursday.
Kenya's biggest conversation.
The city's just opening up in terms of what we see, not much in terms of traffic. On our roads this morning, looking at Uhuru Highway out into the CBD and in through to Westlands, looks pretty good. Gong Road hasn't yet gotten any shockers as of this moment. It's looking free and clear all the way into the city via way of Community. We're also looking at it looking really good on Mombasa Road, in and outbound, not an issue. We're seeing rumblings of traffic building up on the Thika Superhighway just past the dip, and it looks like inbound traffic is what is piling up there. Coming out of Westlands, that looks all right as well. James Kishoro doing really well. Unless you're up for a morning drive, you wouldn't really need to use the bypasses and the link roads this morning because it's looking good right about now. Let's take a look in half hour and see what it looks like. We'll look at Nairobi again and look at other cities in the country in terms of traffic this Thursday morning. Let's keep it moving, folks. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there or text on 40127.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
Good morning, how are you doing? Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation this Thursday, first Friday of the week, 26th day of March, 2022. Hey, City. It's Thursday, man.
This week promised to be long, and it's lived up to the promise.
Completely.
This is one of those weeks that you find something like 3 weeks rolled into one.
17 days ago, it was Monday.
Yes.
Hey. Remember that day when we were having the conversation with the mask people? Remember? When was it? What was that?
It was a long time ago. And when they came to the studio, they even gave us butter biscuits. Was it buttermilk or butter biscuits?
Just butter.
Butter biscuits. Delightful stuff.
Tell you. It was a long time ago.
It was a
really long time ago. They should come back again soon.
You like the treat.
And this time, 2 of those, if not 3.
Sindio? Ay. Hey. Anyway, it's okay. In 2 weeks' time, it will be Friday. And we'll go into the weekend.
At least the thing is, at this rate, if we keep compacting these weeks and days, we might just move on to the next month.
Yeah.
For all you know.
Yeah. Could happen.
You actually seem resigned to this belief that it's actually... Look at you. You look so melancholy. Like, oh my goodness. It really is a terrible thing that it's not the weekend yet.
Actually, it's not just weekend. You know, it would really be good if it could be just 2 days to Christmas.
Oh, wow.
Then you'd know you can actually rest for a long period of time. But this one, just when you begin to rest, you're back here on Monday.
You sound like the Scrooge.
Ndu,
Yes?
how was your day?
Oh, the other one. Now that we're talking about length, you're asking. So this day has already come to an end. The day before today was all right.
You were all right.
Oh, there was something I wanted to tell you guys. Oh God. Right. So, I was watching this thing. You watch How It's Made.
Which one?
How It's Made.
The thing.
How It's Made is a show talking about it. Good Lord. It's 6:11.
It has nothing to do with some fruit juice concoction.
What?
Minute Maid.
How It Is Made.
MADE.
How It's Made. So it's a show. It's a
TV show.
It's a TV show.
Well,
So it shows you how the different things are made. Like it could do, okay, this is how microphones are put together. This is how mobile phone is, blah, blah. So I had started watching them over the weekend. I came back yesterday after the day, whatever. I started watching them again. And I'm now sure, if before I had told you guys that I was thinking that maybe manufacturing is through path to economic development. Now I am convinced, because the stuff these fellas are doing in-house in terms of how they are manufacturing, how they are building, how they are putting things together for local markets and then international markets is unbelievable stuff, man. And that is what is stopping us from moving forward, that we cannot make our own, that we do not make our own on a large scale. That's it. I've decided. That's it. The intricacy, the technology, the makeup of some of the minutest things, robots, things they are doing and how they're putting together. No, man.
Okay.
And they're human beings just like us.
Okay. Just I have a simple question to ask you.
I was a bit frustrated.
Do they have wild animals?
What are you saying? You have wild animals. Yeah, it's good.
Do they have?
Do they make wild animals?
They don't have. They have to put them in zoos.
No, they borrow. They buy. Okay.
Have you seen how Mkokoteni is made?
No, I haven't sat down and seen the process from start to finish. No.
You're talking about things. Have you seen money is taken from treasury cash into people's pockets?
Silly.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Let me tell you what we're going to be discussing today. At 7 o'clock, let's talk about lupus, the disease. It's Lupus Awareness Month this month of May. And we'll be joined by a lupus warrior who is also a banker. His name is Alex Magicho. He'll be coming here to have that conversation with us at 7 a.m. At 8 o'clock today is Thursday. It's Justice Thursdays. We've been talking about the various tribunals. There are so many disputes tribunals. The other day we had a conversation with someone from the Energy Tribunal.
Yeah.
We've had conversations with the Political Parties Disputes Tribunal. We have had others. Today we are going to have a conversation with the chairperson of the Sports Dispute Tribunal. Yeah? You want a goal disallowed, you go to the Sports Disputes Tribunal.
I think it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Well,
actually, you know what?
Well,
if a goal you want it
what
disallowed,
can be more complicated than wanting a goal disallowed?
Okay, well, I was going to say that, it could lead... Don't look at me like that, CT. It could lead to many other things. So the origin was this goal that you're seeking to be disallowed. Okay, so I take it back. That's the thing about a mind. You're allowed to take things back. I take it back.
The man who will be joining us is the Senior Counsel John Ohaga. He is the chairperson of this Sports Disputes Tribunal. We were talking about how the tribunal is steering development of sports in the country and explaining to us exactly what they do, okay? And then at 9 o'clock, we speak to a presidential aspirant. We will find out whether she has actually managed to get the 2,000 times 24, the 48,000 signatures required to present to the IEBC, including copies of IDs. Nazlin Omar has been vying to be president of this country more than once. When you talk about, have we been having women candidates in presidential elections? Yes. Yes. It's not just Charity Ngilu and Martha Karua. Nazlin Omar has been there since 2013. She's there again, I think, 2017. She's there again now. She wants to be president. She'll come and tell us why she's running for president again and why she's going as an independent candidate. Keep it here for those conversations. Quickly, just tell us about our COVID situation in the country.
1.9% is what we're looking in terms of positivity rate. From a sample size of 2,954, 57 new cases in the country, 0 recorded deaths, but the numbers continue to be on the rise. 3.3 is what we looked at yesterday, so significantly lower. However, if you look at this positivity rate in comparison to the sample size, it is still on the rise. We're looking at a time whereby the state is being encouraged or urged to conduct mass COVID tests to assess the real positivity rate, because it's 1.9%, according to the Kenya Medical Lab scientific officers. They noted that the rate was based on results obtained from target groups, right? Specific groups. And so they're saying, no, in order for us to know what the real situation is, test widely and do mass testing so that we can know what is going on. They've gone on to say that these rates that the Ministry of Health is giving us on a daily basis are not nationally conclusive. It doesn't give the picture of the nation. To determine the prevalence rate of a disease, a lot of research is involved, including a collection of enough statistics from the study population. Now, in order to do that, you have to test the masses
more widely,
and you have to test widely. So they're saying if you really don't want to know what's going on, if you really want to be sure what kind of danger is being posed in terms of infection rates, test. It's always been a problem in terms of testing widely here, in terms of what has come in. So it will be interesting to see if they take up that challenge. Let's take a look at what's going on around the world really quickly. COVID still continues. That situation in North Korea is still an issue. Let's just look at the Bojo issue and where he says, you know what, report or no report, I am not going to what? I am not going to resign.
I'd rather die.
So this is the stance that he has taken as himself. Does that sound familiar? He says, you've produced a damning report. You have pictures. It doesn't matter. I will not resign. Let's take it to the last bit of tether and then we'll deal with it there. But then I say that you have pictures and no. That's your problem.
We're live streaming the show as we always do on SpiceFM KE, YouTube and Facebook. And we have our conversations happening on all our social media platforms. If you're online, say hello to us. We'll be saying hello to you shortly after we take a look at the weather forecasts.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to
looking at cloudy
Spice
conditions in Nairobi this morning at 17, highs of 26 and lows of 16. It's cloudy at 14, highs of 24 and lows of 14 in Nakuru. And it's mostly cloudy at 15 in Nyeri, highs of 25. We'll see highs of 23 in a mostly cloudy Eldoret, currently at 13. It's raining in Mombasa this morning at 25. We'll go to highs of 31 and we'll see highs of 30 in a rainy Malindi at 27. 19 degrees and mostly cloudy in Kisumu, highs of 26 and lows of 18. And Kakamega is cloudy at 16. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 15. today. All right, looking into Kampala, where it's mostly clear at 19, highs of 26 and lows of 18. And Dar es Salaam, mostly clear conditions at 24, we'll go to highs of 32. Clear conditions at 10 in Johannesburg, highs of 21 and lows of 8, while it's mostly clear at 25 in Lagos. We'll see highs of 31 and lows of 25. 22 will be the low in a rainy Kinshasa, currently at 23, and we'll see highs of 29. Already in the 30s in Beijing into early afternoon Thursday, highs of 33 and lows of 16. Looking into London, it's mostly cloudy at 12, highs of 21, and Paris will see highs of 21 as well, currently at 13. The Big Apple, still Wednesday night, partly cloudy at 14. New York will see highs of 19 and lows of 12.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings.
It's 21 minutes after 6.
Jambo, Dada, Ndugu Eric and Mwalimu CT Muga are radio sage. Koru's listening but in despair.
Hey.
Most access roads are in disrepair and Kisumu County government just doesn't get it. I had to walk 8 kilometers daily to reach my home.
What?
That's walk 8 kilometers. Eddie, my goodness. Why? Faristo Muganda is tuned in this morning, and Tyrone is tuned in from Nyeri, Mombasa. Andrew says, excuse me, Andrew says, good morning, is looking forward, or rather, absolutely, Justice Thursday looming? Yes, it is. The nation that, okay, that's something else. Berin Ogema says, good morning, tuned into the conversation. Humphrey Mboya says, good morning from Nakuru, from which is it? Zambia.
Mm-hmm.
Bantu Madlomo says, good morning this morning. Sabal Heri Kip Koech Keles says, good morning. Eli Kibet says, good morning as well. And Dave Ireri says, good morning, tuned in from City's favorite county of 014. Odera Jr. says, good morning from the Great Wall of Kino, just peeping over the wall and saying hello. Good morning, Mombasa County is listening loud and clear. I hope this day will be as bright as CT's shirt. Jackie Jackson says, good morning, tuning from Homa Bay. Good morning, Spikes, Kenyan Sheriff, and Robert Mbogo says, good morning as well. Zachary's tuning from Kakamega, and George Mashuki's tuning from Kasarani. Many, many more people online this morning. From Kisi, just locked, ask CT Muga, why did Jesus not use proverbs when teaching?
He did.
He did. He did very much.
He did.
Where are you, Johnston?
He used proverbs.
He did. A meme of
Like which one?
The mustard seed.
The parables.
And the difference is?
She just started with the spelling.
Good Lord. Abraham, Emmanuel, Vincent, Alex, Ashley, we see you all this morning. Good morning and thanks for joining us.
Welcome, everybody. City, the day's proverb.
The day's parable.
The day's parable.
Yes.
Our last proverb from DRC.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A single bracelet does not jingle.
Unless it has ornaments.
A single bracelet does not jingle.
Why are you laughing?
Nothing.
Do you have a single bracelet?
Yes.
Ever try jingle it?
Do I have a single bracelet today? Yeah. Does it on its own? Does it jingle? Nope.
Nope.
Okay. As you said, unless?
It has ornaments. Then it jingles.
You know, there are those bracelets that have attachments.
Yes, those ones.
Now, those ones will jingle whether you want them to jingle or not.
Yeah, that's why you wear. Anyway. So a single bracelet does not
jingle.
All right. Nisawa. Tumeelewa. Kidole kimoja.
Akiwi.
Chawa.
Okay,
let's look at newspaper headlines today. Remember, www.standardmedia.co.ke is our website, which has a lot of content, not just texts, not just pictorial, but also audio-visual content. Absurd stunts that aspirants engage in to lure voters. Some have shrugged off their expensive suits to join the common man in his daily struggle. Do you have a name in mind? Yeah. Expensive suits, expensive cars. No. Put them aside. You go in and deal with the people. Go ground. And deal with them. And say, you know what? I'm here. I want to deal and address the issues that have been brought up by the people.
Let's do.
Yes. www.standardmedia.co.ke. What are you looking at?
CS Yatani has admitted to breaking the law. Dun, 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 dun. You know, those guys say it wasn't me.
Yatani
said it was me. Yeah. Uhuru gets 4 billion shillings more funding as CS Yatani breaks the law. The Office of the President was allocated additional funding in the latest supplementary budget that also saw Treasury Cabinet Secretary Okoh Yatani admit to breaking the law. The question is, did he know that he was breaking or that he was admitting when he said what he said? Most of the additional cash, about 3.3 billion shillings, went to State House Affairs and was used for enhancement of operations, including the burial of former President Mwai Kibaki. The second supplementary estimate tabled in the National Assembly Tuesday shows the government spent 260 million on Kibaki's state funeral. The just concluded Afro-City Summit that was held in Kisumu for 3 days recently gobbled up 600 million shillings, with the national government providing 200 million for the event. Nairobi Metropolitan Services, which is under the Office of the President, had also been allocated 1 billion shillings more in the latest mini budget. The increased allocation pushes the additional allocation to the Office of the President in a month to 7.7 billion shillings when it was given another 3.3 billion in the first supplementary budget in April this year. In total, the national government is expected to spend an additional 63.9 billion shillings following these budgetary changes. This is an increase of about 10.5% above the constitutional requirements that total spending in a year should not be increased by more than 10%. So this breaking of the law we're talking about is a 0.5% point. This is even as CS Yatani admitted to having broken the law after he presented to Parliament a second mini-budget that pushed up the national government's total expenditure by more than 1,203.7 billion shillings compared to the original budget estimates. So he said this is slightly above the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution. Part of this section stipulates that national government may not spend under this article more than 10% of the sum appropriated by Parliament for that financial year, unless in special circumstances Parliament has approved a higher percentage. However, the CS said the additional funds will be used to address drought-related expenditure, security and fuel stabilization, following a spike in the global prices of fuel. So, once he says things like that, which are already highly emotive, then it makes you kind of want to turn a blind eye to this breaking of the law. The fuel subsidy has been allocated an additional 37.8 billion shillings as the government tries to cushion motorists from a spike in prices of petroleum products owing to the Russia-Ukraine crisis. So it goes on to talk about, who gets what. The National Intelligence Service and the Ministry of Defence, which were also major beneficiaries in the first supplementary budget, have again reaped big, getting an additional 1.3 billion and 1.8 billion respectively. So this story, alarmist as it might be, we're talking about a 0.5% increase, and whether it's 1% or 0.5%. The point is that he went over the threshold that is allowed by the Constitution, and it's unprocedural. He did not get this special approval from Parliament that is required should you need to go over the budget, and those are only in special circumstances.
And Parliament has approved everything that he has solved.
Yes. They say, it's a slight overturn.
So Parliament just sits back there and says, okay, let's actually see how much. So, as we're still talking about money before we go to the break, the state burial of former President Mwai Kibaki cost the country 260 million shillings. The expenditure on the country's third president's burial is contained in the national government supplementary estimates for the 21-22 financial year tabled in the National Assembly. They have, however, not unbundled the expenditure to show how the money was allocated. In the supplementary estimates, Yatani is seeking the post-facto approval of the National Assembly to regularize the 63.9 billion that was spent by the government in line with the Constitution. So you're just coming in to seek facts. However, that is the issue here. How much money was spent in this state's funeral of the former president? 260 million shillings. Can you imagine where the money went? If you think about, so what happened? It was an entire week of events. One, body lying in state and being brought in by the military from Lee Funeral Home to Parliament. So how much could that have cost? Okay, then after that, there is the State Funeral Service at Nyayo National Stadium and hosting of presidents who came to visit. So there's a whole budget of, hosting presidents and the event itself. Then there's transporting the body all the way to Othaya and having a that whole grand rally, not grand rally, but funeral service. At Othaya. and everything else. 260 million. It just goes.
In a week.
Yeah. Yep. It's not a small thing, is it?
So if you want to understand what 260 million can buy you, it's the burial of a president.
The burial of a president.
That one is what it can buy you.
Imagine. And the body was not even airlifted. It was transported by road. And how many presidents came?
Give or take 6. 1, 2. Okay, 5 and 1 representative. So 6.
Okay. It's 6:30. See, we just take a look at traffic and see how the roads are looking like. You've been saying that Mombasa Road is looking good because expressway, because...
So all the clog-ups there that, people were experiencing coming in from Imaradaima when they were fixing that part of the road. So now that has opened up. But then you still have that crazy stretch every day between Cabanas and Siokimau. And that's outbound traffic. It's not even inbound.
Inbound is you. Okay, let's take a look at that. We will be telling you more about KRA and the alternative dispute resolution mechanism that have rolled out since since 2015. And they'd like you to know that you can go and have a conversation with them and resolve disputes without necessarily having to go through the long, litigious court process. It's faster, it's cheaper, it's a win-win for everybody involved.
When you see someone being jailed, a governor or two or someone who stole, then people will fear. Because our problem is not the borrowing, it's the stealing.
We've become actually a nation of thieves. The only thing we lack is an opportunity to steal.
The guys who quote the Bible and say, I'm a Christian and all that, and they're thieves. Return what you have stolen 4 times. If you know that you have property or anything that you have stolen, just return and say, my God does not allow me to hold stolen things.
We are also a reflection of you, because you elect us. We don't get into our office by ourselves. We are a reflection of the people who elect us.
We don't want to go to the streets. We have a constitution that enables us, assert our will.
When the legislators are now being taken as hostage by the executive for whatever reason, we are now bound by what they want us to do.
This is just outside the realms of reality. We have impunity written into the DNA of our political class.
How old were you when you learned that Jeshi Lokop is Jeshi Lawokov?
I can't say it very well. Jeshi Lokop.
And everyone knows. Okay.
Not yet a crazy situation this morning. It looks still really good on Uhuru Highway. We're likely to see that action build up at around 7 o'clock, but it's already building up on Jogo Road. Getting towards Landis is not too bad. A little bit of traffic as you approach the Kamkunji roundabout, but beyond that shouldn't be too painful. It's starting to clog up on the Thika Superhighway, going towards the Utali dip. This morning we see that has built up, and we're looking at bumper to bumper all the way through to the Pangani underpass out towards Muranga Road. And then traffic joining from Juja Road is also starting just at that nook as you also try to join on Wangari Maathai this morning. Coming out of Westlands looks okay. You can use that without too much of a headache. Ring Road Westlands also starting to pile up, so you might want to give that a think. Coming out of Muthaiga, and you're eventually going to come and join with folks that are coming onto Limuru Road, or those coming off of Kiambu Road if you're heading in that direction. There's one through pass, but nothing, again, too crazy at this point. The Eastern Bypass traffic, so you're not going to be able to pass through really quickly. Okay, so no, it doesn't look too bad, but we're going to see that it will pick up around 7 o'clock. So let's keep an eye on things this morning. Let us know what's happening where you are. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Yes.
Are you glitching?
Well, every once in a while, I come across an article that really sets me thinking. And the one which has set me thinking this morning is a statement that is being attributed to our deputy president. And I'm reading what is quoted. This was how he unveiled a grand plan to buy off large swaths of land and idle parcels for the benefit of landless if he's elected president. Okay? He brought back the pledge of the 1963 1 million acre scheme in a move that is sure to draw reaction from across the country. That is what it says in the Standard. However, if I may quote directly what is attributed to him, we shall establish a special fund to buy land from absentee landlords, but if need arises, we will use compulsory acquisition to repossess it and settle squatters in the coast region. We are ready. Now, when our independent settlement schemes were set in place, the UK government gave the colonial government in Kenya at that time money, and it was specific for this. When we then attained independence, there was a trustee, a fund which was set Land Trustee Fund. It was for that purpose. Money to buy off the settlers. And they were bought. And what then happened is the land that the settlers had owned right across the country, Western Kenya, Nyanza, the coast, Central Kenya. What then happened was that this land got formed in what they call settlement schemes. Okay? And the understanding was the initial beneficiaries were predominantly landless people. And there were other users and other reasons behind it to move people in highly populated areas to places that were not populated, but more importantly, to settle people in land that, as they say, hadn't been utilized properly. Most of it was for farming purposes.
Right.
Money was given, settlers were willing to sell the land, but now with this story, you're talking about idle land at the coast. Now, the question I have to ask is, when you say idle, what do you mean? Okay, because 1963 population and 2022 population completely different.
Incomparable.
Yes. So when you're talking about land that isn't being used or land that has absentee landlords, how do you determine that someone is an absentee landlord?
What was the original? When somebody said absentee landlord, what would they essentially
mean? They were
mean?
implying, with reference to the coastal strip was for a long time considered the property of the Sultan of Oman. Okay? British government, the way they go about things, it was assumed that way. Now, many people then inherited that land. The understanding that people who own the property but are not in the country, or they owned the property when in the country, but their descendants are now the beneficiaries and owners, but they are not living in the country. Now, whereas it is true, there are many people who actually own properties in Kenya, but they are not here. Now, do they have rights? And then there's land, specifically the coast, where the so-called landowners are not absent. They are here. The only thing is that they have leased these lands that they have. Okay? It is not an issue that, in my mind, one wants to rush into and make a political issue out of when we know how sensitive land is in this country. Because you're starting with the coast. Where will it end? What are you going to say next with regards to land? Who owns land where, how they got it, who ought to own it, who ought to... It's a very touchy and tricky debate.
So how would you rather the government handled it? Whoever the government is.
Let's start off by the government telling us how much land they actually own at the coast.
Who?
The government. Government land. How much land they own at the coast and what they've done with it. So if you're talking about settling people, you, the government, this land that you own, unless you're telling us you've designated it for other things, okay? A process of negotiation with people who own land is appropriate. But the moment you bring in compulsory acquisition, you've changed that conversation completely.
If all else fails.
No. what rights then do the landowners have if they are Kenyans like other Kenyans and they actually are resident in Kenya? And yet the land that they own is being referred to as what? They are being referred to
Absentee
as absentee,
landlords.
and yet they are not absent. What they've done is issued long leases to the people who actually live on that land or have houses on that land.
So the people who live on the land are basically leasing the land from the owners.
Many of them are leasing the land.
Are the people aware?
They are aware.
That they've taken long leases.
But they're given the leases. That's how they know.
But then the second bit is, so you own this large tract of land.
Yes.
Historically,
yes.
You have owned it. You've inherited it from your forefathers. And there are people who are indigenous to this area who are landless.
Yes.
The lack of a title deed denies you very many things.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So what do you do to those people? When you talk about the historical injustices, these are historical land injustices.
Yes.
How do you address them?
Land at the coast, specifically in Mombasa, most of it, when you talk about inhabitants, anything that was near the sea was not really inhabited. And those who inhabited were very, very few. Okay. If you talk about the hinterland, there is no question. There is no debate even about that. These are things. Why did we have a land commission? These are things that certain procedures have to be followed, and this issue of public participation ought to come into it. It has to be a long discussion and a long understanding. I am talking against public political pronouncements of this sort. They do more harm than they do good.
Saying things like, so
we will acquire this land
you
forcefully.
Don't have control over.
You feel like it's inciting the people.
It is inciting because already some of that land already has people who are squatters. Okay, right now, if you look at the areas of Kitengela and on the left, okay, that area around there's lots of land. People who bought land there legally are currently having problems with squatters. And if you look at the issues behind it, they are politically motivated because politicians have told people move into the land.
Move in.
And they've moved in. Now, they become issues. The landowners will tell you, they have titles. They go to the police, the matter is just brushed aside. They talk to authorities, the matter is just brushed aside. When I say the context in which this thing is being pronounced and the extent to which it can go, it worries me. Because you are planting a seed that will bring in more problems than we have the means to solve at the problem. They are landless people. They're people who need land. There's a way you go about ensuring that these people actually get land. There's a formalized way. There's a structured way in which you go about this. But this is political incitement.
You wanted to ask him something?
No, I'm coming from the angle that it is maybe you'd rather stay off things like this because you cannot control what happens as a result of this statement. And people are going to take it in different directions. People will then form maybe almost psychophant belief about what they will do based on a promise or, like that. In terms of what you're going to do, you can't control the outcome for something that's so highly emotive. You can't.
Look at the problems we're having in Laikipia with people, indigenous people who are essentially herders, and every once in a while an issue arises, they move into the ranches that are owned there. Okay, are you telling me that a discussion about how this thing ought to be handled between the ranchers and these people cannot be? It can be. Do you hear a lot about that discussion, how a discussion, I'm not saying it doesn't take place, but do you hear a lasting solution as to, folks, you own 50,000 acres of land. This section here you hardly ever use, and there are no wild animals on it. Is it possible? Those discussions. These people live in Kenya. They own that land. You think they are crazy enough not to understand that they ought to live in an amicable way with their neighbors? But when such statements are made, you know what you then do? You tell those people, it's your land, it's your Kenya, just move in.
Yeah. And what do you think is going to happen when you're now moving on to the people who've been there?
Yes, exactly. I'm saying those who don't have land have rights and they need to be given land. A way has to be found. Those who own the land also have rights.
Yeah. But these are just political pronouncements. Get people excited, incite people, show them if you vote for me, I am the one who's going to come with a solution. But you do not mean.
You don't mean it.
That you will come with a solution.
You don't mean it.
Let me tell you about the states. We talk about this. So, an 18-year-old boy gets to the age of 18 and goes to a shop and legally purchases 2 firearms. He lives with his grandmother in Texas. A couple of weeks before this, he posts on social media that, an attack could be coming. He suggests to the kids in a certain school in the neighborhood that they should watch out, But, these are just things people post on social media. Then this particular morning at about 11 o'clock, he drives to the school. He comes out with a firearm. His grandmother, with whom he lives, works in this school and has worked in this school for more than 20 years, shoots her and starts shooting other people. He shoots children about half his age and some teachers, ends up killing the number that he has killed. How many? 19 students and 2 adults left dead by just some enraged young 18-year-old with a gun. America is just becoming one of those places where you wonder, okay, so what's this conversation? Where is this conversation going?
Yes.
It's about gun ownership. It's about, the freedom to have a gun and to do whatever you want to do with it.
Really?
And then you walk into a school. This is not the first time. Just the other day,
There was another one.
there was another attack.
There have been many.
A 19-year-old boy just drives into a shopping mall and decides, I don't like these black people. Starts shooting them. Ends up killing them. Schools have been attacked in a similar manner by kids carrying guns.
This is that issue of these freedoms that we talk about, getting to the level where they cannot be controlled. It's exemplified in this. So many other things are coming out. You talk about what's going on what's happening now in America. Many would tell you that this has been there for the longest time, but it is just bubbling over to the surface today. In terms of the moral decadence, in terms of the freedoms that have been pushed to the limit. Because you take, for example, God rest their souls, if you can push those 19 who died aside for a moment, think to the time this 18-year-old was buying a gun at wherever he bought it from.
Yep.
It is clear this is a child. But on paper, he's 18.
Adult.
So he's an adult. The person who is selling this firearm is just going by the paper.
Yep.
Even if they have questions that they would ask. And I think there's a clear difference on this side of the pond and the other side of the pond. You get what I'm saying? There are no questions asked. But because, according to the Holy Constitution, unwritten as it may be or written, that we are not going to ask questions. We are not going to allow our conscience to kick in. We are not going to allow that normal click that goes in your mind to ask the question and say, this is an 18-year-old child. What on earth could he possibly be wanting? Because he did not just buy the gun, he bought the ammunition as well.
Yep.
What could he possibly be wanting to do with this? No questions asked. Because the paper has granted you the liberty to do as you wish. So you go ahead and you leave him. You leave him to go. You cannot control the consequences thereafter. You cannot control the situation. But even asking the question, and that's what I'm saying, the freedom and the liberty that we see, has it not gone too far, if there's such a thing? Has it not gone too far? 2 incidences in as many weeks, where on one side, many will say it was racially inspired. On the other side, the guy was just off his rocker.
It's been reported that this kid was bullied when he was younger because he was wearing old tattered clothes. And
if it was somebody whose name was Ahmed, they would have told you that this one
was radicalized
at a young age.
Yep.
That is what they will tell you. But this one, he was bullied. They'll even go and trace it and tell you that maybe at some point his stepfather, I don't know, used to assault him. And that is why at the end of the day, he decided that he's going to take it back on society.
Others will say, look at his name. He's Mexican. That border.
These notices that read, buyer beware.
Yeah.
Okay? Imitators of Western culture, beware.
Totally.
Seriously.
Because what is on a pedestal here is issues to do with parenting.
Yes.
Issues to do with the responsibilities and the bringing up of young people. Because the people who are committing these crimes are young.
The kids.
They're children.
They are young.
Yes.
Yes.
They're children.
What does it tell you?
You mean to and that's what I'm saying. Look, call it traditional, call it whatever you want to call it. But today, let's just take Kenya as an example. Today, somebody 18-year-old comes to you and they say, we want to, you, constitution or not, will you agree?
No, of course not.
How do you even begin?
How?
Did you see how the country reacted to kids burning dormitories?
Yeah.
Well, let's also admit that there was mixed conversation here. Oh,
Yes.
they should be listened to. Maybe there's something they're trying to tell us.
Okay, but, okay. They told us.
Suffer the consequences.
Yeah.
however.
They've told us.
Yes.
Other
And
children
then-
died. Now look at the consequences on the people. There was a young lady who at the time I think was 14. Years down the line, she's now an adult.
Yep.
According to our law, she's 18 and above.
Yep.
Do you think that 14-year-old understood fully the consequence of what she was doing?
what she
The
was
answer
doing.
is no, she did not.
Torching a
No.
dormitory that
No.
led to the death of fellow students.
Yes. Now, that burden that child is going to carry for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
Could it have been avoided? Yes, it could have.
I think we just need to look at these things, and Americans themselves need to draw that line.
They really do.
They've been having this back and forth conversation about, First Amendment rights, and can right to own a gun, and then there's a powerful lobby of
Really powerful lobby.
gun.
The gun lobby group is powerful.
And look at that gun lobby group, guys,
And
and,
then
where
there's
it is.
this soft conversation by those that claim that they are trying to reverse this and introduce these common sense laws. Okay. So how loudly are you talking about it? Do you want to tell me that today, if the President of the United States, with these kind of shootings, if he wanted to launch a proper campaign, like, we need to have a conversation about this, do you think he would not be able to go out against the gun lobby?
He would
If
be
he
able
decided that he wanted to, he would. Let me tell you. And you look at what's going on here. This gun lobbying, look at it. It really emanates from the hick redneck south of individuals and then groups who want to make sure that they can be free to do whatever they want and has seeped into the other parts of the country. And unfortunately, those who've been in power have been fondling with the situation rather than dealing with it head on. How many more hundreds of people do you want to die?
Yeah. Many.
Unprovoked. Somebody can walk in and take out 20 lives in one morning. Unprovoked.
President Joe Biden has, come out once again to condemn this and said, you know what, I've even tried to go through Congress and I'm not going through. Senators are blocking any of our moves and attempts to revise the laws. So I've come up with my own executive orders.
I was going to ask, this president doesn't have executive orders.
The little that I could do with executive orders. But you see, we need law to change. Okay, fine.
We get it.
Fine. He basically just leaves it there and says it's because of the senators. The same thing. Well, Trump did not really deal with it much. Okay? Obama says the same. When I was in the president, there are things that, Obama had a super majority in both houses. And yet, he didn't push it through with a super majority. Do you want, and that's the time when there was the Sandy Hook school shooting and all the others. You really want to tell me if the leadership of America wanted this to end, they wouldn't make it end?
What is it about this gun lobbying and what is it about this First Amendment rights that people feel that when you have an honest discussion about the harm that some of these things are doing and that they need to even amend some of these things so that more caution is provided, what is it about that the people in leadership seem to want to talk about it briefly and then just shy away? Talk about it briefly and then move away. What is it? Because in all honesty, I think it's just safer to just stay in Kenya.
Yeah.
Wallahi.
Aki.
This is what I mean.
Aki. Okay. No.
Yes. Okay. Kenya's desperate hunt for maize wheat abroad. This, of course, is an issue. Every time I talk about food, every time we say there's a problem, the silos in the country are dry from what we've been told. So there's a hunt for food outside the country. I mean, it's not the first time that has happened, but things are getting desperate. Kenya's desperately shopping for maize from all corners of the world as its silos run out of this critical grain. Bad weather coupled with Global factors, of course, such as the Russia-Ukraine crisis and the lingering effects of COVID-19 have conspired to create a maize shortage in the country, with families finding it hard to put ugali, a staple prepared using maize, on the dinner table. 2017, the country also experienced a shortage of maize due to the drought, with Uganda and Tanzania also running out of the grain. Traders went as far as Mexico to ship in close to 43% of its maize. Other areas that Kenya combed for maize included South Africa and Ethiopia. Now, other than South Africa, whose 80% of the white maize is genetically modified and thus not allowed in the country, all the other countries do not seem to have surplus maize to export. And those with a surplus are under pressure from their citizens to cater for their domestic needs first. It is not only Kenya that is looking for maize, according to Timothy Njagi, a research fellow at the Tegemeo Institute. Njagi said the requirement that only non-genetically modified maize can be imported is very strict, and countries like Malawi and Zambia that produce non-GMO maize sold their stocks before they even harvested. So even before it is ready, people have paid money. Contract. Yes. India is the main competitor for non-GMO maize, and everybody's scrambling.
So now our government is saying we need to import maize because our silos are dry.
Yes.
But then also, Kenyan farmers some of them are opposed to this move. Do not open importation. What are you going to do? You're going to kill our own market. Okay. We've talked about the strategic grain reserve for very many episodes.
Haven't we just?
Yeah. We have. Farmers are saying, give us 3 months, we're going to harvest. Don't import, because what are you going to do when you import? You're going to drive down the price of the maize that we're going to be ready to give to you in the next 3 months. And then what are we going to do when we're counting on these profits to at least make a turnaround on our investment? And they're saying, if you do this, you're going to kill us. So what happens?
They have a valid point.
They do. They do.
Countries around the world have protectionist policies where they guarantee that their local business people, their local farmers, have their interests taken care of first.
Yep.
But here, for farmers who speak that way, it means they know their interests are not being taken care of.
They can see that they're about to harvest, and by the time you open this window and close it, you'll have a surplus of maize in the country.
And they will have a problem.
And they'll have a
the
problem
prices will
offloading
have, yes, the prices will have been dampened.
Yep. And then they'll tell you SGPB is full.
Yep.
So there's a gentleman called Professor Gedho Muigai. Remember him? He was Kenya's Attorney General a couple of years ago.
Yes, we remember him.
He's senior counsel. Now, Professor Gedho Muigai, a number of years back, saw an advert from Housing Finance that sought to auction some housing units called Zahara Gardens off Ngong Road, some 16 apartments. Now, using a proxy, gentleman who deals with land and land matters called Kome Kirago, he placed his bid, Professor Muigai, and he emerged as the highest bidder. And of course, they started the transaction. So, highest bidder, you're going to get these houses, 16 units in total, placing the money, getting the documentation. Professor Gedho Muigai is in court now. He's taken Housing Finance to court. He says, these people ought to give me back my 100 million shillings deposit because they have not been processing my papers. I need legal documentation to show that I own this property. Housing Finance claims we have given him paper to start doing the transfers.
How has he been operating this property?
No.
Or it has been on hold, as it were, until they do?
That's not very clear. The point is he feels that he does not have proper documentation to prove his ownership. Housing Finance says we've given you enough documentation to start transfers.
Right.
What is at play here, really?
Indeed.
I mean, by the time somebody becomes a professor of law, he has a very clear understanding of the law.
Yep.
And this is a simple conveyancing matter, if I may refer to it. This is the thing about being a layman. You can simplify everything.
Yes.
Okay? Why would he want to take this matter to court if there was no need for him to take it? Because do you think he, who taught law, probably still teaches law,
and has been wrapped in the court process very many times,
doesn't understand that there are other means of adjudicating this issue, or of either whether it's mediation or arbitration? You think he doesn't know this? He does. So why would he take this matter to court?
All the way.
Yes, why?
It's an interesting one, this one. It's a very interesting story. It's about, he's seeking 100.57 million shillings that he paid to the bank 2 years ago for the purchase of the 16 apartments through auction. And he says the bank has been unable to deliver clean titles for the property and possession to Fairlake Estates Limited. That's his company. He says, now me, I want my money back.
Yeah.
Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. We'll be having a conversation about lupus. This is Lupus Awareness Month. What is lupus, the disease? How do people who live with lupus deal with living with lupus? This and more coming up. Very good morning to you. It's now 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dennis Aseto. President Uhuru Kenyatta, his deputy William Ruto, as well as ODM party leader Raila Odinga are today expected to attend the National Prayer Breakfast. The Parliament of Kenya is scheduled to host the 19th edition of the National Prayer Breakfast at Safari Park Hotel. President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected to grace the occasion-themed transitions. The National Prayer Breakfast is an annual ecumenical event offered under the auspices of the co-patrons, the Speaker of the Senate and the National Assembly, and organized by a group of dedicated volunteers who make up the National Prayer Breakfast Organizing Committee. The Organizing Committee is co-chaired by Senate Majority Leaders Samuel Pogisho and Daniel Mazu, Member of Parliament. In his communication to the House last week, Speaker Lusaka urged senators to attend the critical event and pray for the nation ahead of the general elections. The purpose of the National Prayer Breakfast is to meet, engage, interact and together pray for the nation in the company of fellow leaders from all sectors of the society. The National Prayer Breakfast will be live on KTN News. Remember to join in and share in that prayer session. Now, heated debate ensued at the National Assembly as Garissa Town Member of Parliament Ednah Duale questioned the failure by President Uhuru Kenyatta to appoint a secretary to the cabinet for the last 7 years, during which time Head of Public Service Joseph Kinyua has been acting. Duale said President Kenyatta's non-action could jeopardize the transition process that should be led by a committee led by a duly appointed secretary to the cabinet. The Garissa Town MP had raised a question with the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, whose chair, Kangema MP Muturi Kigano, sought to respond after days of finding the answers. And Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka seems to be going all the way to the ballot, despite reports suggesting that he might be going back to Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party. Yesterday, Kalonzo raced against time to submit at least 48,000 signatures from across the country. The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has set a threshold of 2,000 signatures from across 24 counties supporting an aspirant's candidature. For Kalonzo and a section of aspirants, the extension of the deadline from Monday to Wednesday served them a possible first-round exit in the clearance process that includes formal presidential nominations that begins on Sunday. The Wiper leader walked out of Azimio last week and named Andrew Ole Sunkuli, a Narok senatorial aspirant, as his running mate. These, as the list of presidential aspirants, could reduce significantly after a majority of the initial 55 aspirants failed to submit their credentials to the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. Less than 10 aspirants from political parties and an even smaller number of independent aspirants complied with the IEBC deadline by close of business. Seems like at least 2,000 signatures or endorsements from at least 24 counties have been an uphill task for most of the aspirants. Now, National Police Service has now hit back at Kakamega Senator Cleophas Malala following his remarks about men and women in uniform not necessarily needing higher education. In a video that has since gone viral, Malala, while speaking during a Kenya Kwanza tour of Western Kenya, said police officers just need to have 2 hands and legs to handle firearms and do the job. National Police spokesperson Bruno Shioso, in a subsequent response, expressed dissension, terming Malala's sentiments as demeaning to the service. Meanwhile, Kakamega Senator Malala has apologized following his rival remarks over the qualification of the police. He said the remarks, which have since attracted criticism from the public, were misunderstood for highlighting the importance of police officers in the country. And a section of leaders allied to the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party have hit out at Deputy President William Ruto over his Taita Taveta piece of land. This comes after Ruto, during a Kenya Kwanza Economic Forum, said he acquired the 2,536-acre Mata farm after he helped former Taveta MP Basil Criticos to offset a loan he owed the Agriculture Finance Corporation. Suna East MP Janet Mohammed and Orange Democratic Movement Party Secretary General Edwin Sifuna have, however, dared the DP to distribute the land. This is now Kenya Party leader Martha Karua has hailed Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition chief Raila Odinga as a leader whose interests are centered around addressing the needs of ordinary Kenyans. Speaking at the Maendeleo ya Wanawake 70th anniversary celebrations at Garissa University, Karua drummed up support for Odinga's presidential bid, saying he is best suited to ascend to the role owing to his long struggle for the rights of Kenyans. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Now is when we see it building up in many parts of the city. We're looking at Jogo Road now going out towards Landis, which is not too bad. But then joining with the Kamkunji roundabout is where it will pick up. On Gong Road as well, getting into the city, we've seen that action. Langata Road also now piled up all the way to the Southern Bypass junction. And so a lot of traffic there building up. Now, the Thika Superhighway has done its thing this morning. And like the feathers of a peacock has opened up well towards the junction of Outer Ring. So quite a lot of traffic there going into the city. And we're seeing Kiambu Road, a few lanes now, not the multiple lanes that we see every morning, but likely to get there in a very short while. Also looking at Limuru Road, which we saw indications of from that traffic coming out of the belly of Muthaiga, and now we're getting towards Limuru Road with quite a lot of that. Coming out of Westlands as well, traffic continues. It looks like traffic hour starts early this morning. We'll be here to let you know what happens where. Tell us where you might be stuck or where you find a good route to use this morning. Let's share. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This
7
is
minutes
the
after 7.
Situation
Good morning.
Room,
How are
the
you?
only
Welcome
way
to the
to
second hour of
start your
Kenya's
day.
biggest conversation, the Situation Room. We are live on SpiceFM around the country. And we are also live from Nairobi to the world on SpiceFM KE, YouTube and Facebook, and www.spicefm.co.ke. Before our guest gets into the studio to talk about Lupus and Lupus Awareness Month, let's hear the day's proverb from CT.
A single bracelet does not jingle.
A single bracelet does not jingle. Single one, like this, doesn't jingle.
Even if you wake up very early in the morning, it won't jingle. For it to jingle, it needs to be in contact with something else.
Yeah.
Right.
Another bracelet, perhaps. Or, as Ndu clearly told us, attachments.
Okay. Why do you think they picked a bracelet?
Because
it's beautiful. It's
beautiful. It's something that
value.
People, yes. And usually it has meaning. In many communities, one bracelet means one thing. A collection of them means something else. They're ornamental. Both men and women wear them. Sign of beauty, sign of authority. They signify very many things in many cultures.
Yeah.
Yes.
So do you think they were talking about something to do with beauty and saying that even if you of one beautiful person. You need others around you.
My mind hadn't gone that
be
far,
noticed.
but
I mean, why pick this particular piece of that has beauty and ornamental value?
For it to jingle, first of all, it needs to be made of some metallic. It has to have some metallic property.
Yes.
Because leather doesn't jingle.
Yes.
Leather at best will rustle if it rubs against some other material.
Uh-huh.
So again, if it's made of some metal, it is argued that the value may also be higher because the process of making it is perhaps a little more intricate. Yes. So if you talk about meanings and what could be implied, I think they are fairly diversified.
Okay. Again, this one is from the DRC. And when
From the
you heard
DRC.
this, she immediately connected.
She connected.
Excuse me?
She moved her hand back and forth.
You have been excused, yes?
But she only had one bracelet, so it didn't jingle.
What?
We'll talk about you.
I get it. That I have gotten.
So what do you want to be excused from?
I don't understand why I was the one who reacted when I heard this. Because what? I know you're making a connection here.
No, there's no connection. We're just trying to understand you.
It has taken centuries.
It's the purpose of the proverb. So, it's Lupus Awareness Month. This May, all over the world, people actually start having conversations about lupus. Do many people in Kenya understand lupus? What is lupus? Let's actually have that conversation shortly. Well, we're joined by somebody who is a lupus warrior and works as a professional, as a banker. His name is Alex Magicho. He joins us in the studio. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. This is that's a hot seat. This is the Situation Room. We were here to talk about Lupus Awareness Month. Now, there are very many people who do not know what lupus is. So let's start from that very basic understanding. What is lupus?
Okay, thank you. Now, lupus, from the most basic understanding, is an autoimmune disease. So, what this is, your tissues kind of attack themselves. So, from the outlook, you look healthy. No one can easily tell that you have lupus. It actually depicts so many symptoms of many other illnesses. So before its diagnosis, people can jump into conclusions. This could be maybe, it could be a serious blood infection. It could be cancer. It could be all that before you get the actual diagnosis that this is lupus. Yeah.
So it's an autoimmune syndrome. And you say the cells are attacking themselves.
Yes.
And from the outside, people just look at you and you think you're fine, but there's something that's happening
on the inside.
On the inside.
Yeah.
So how does it manifest? What are the symptoms? The most common symptoms?
The most common symptoms.
Yeah.
So you could lose hair, just the way, you see, if a cancer patient goes in for chemotherapy, most of the time they go bald. Like you have patches of hair falling off. Yeah. You'll get rashes infesting, but the most common is a butterfly rash on your cheeks. So that is actually one that leads the medics to kind of think we should test for lupus. Then you have fatigue, which affects most lupus patients. It's actually one of the worst symptoms you can have. You wake up early in the morning, you are damn tired. Yeah. But you can't explain it. You had your 8 hours of sleep, nothing much you can say.
But you're tired and you're just waking up.
You're just tired. Yeah. Then joint pains, which sometimes are confused for arthritis. So you can get someone having a rheumatoid arthritis diagnosis, yet it is lupus that is coming out. Yeah.
Okay. What happens in the body of one who may have lupus that then says, I have to go and check this out? I mean, it's not like your normal fever, headache kind of thing that says, okay, this has been recurring. What happens that you say, okay, perhaps things are not all right here?
Okay, thank you. So, being in the tropics, we've all had malaria, I can say. Yeah. So with malaria, you can have bouts of, maybe you have some episodes of serious changes with your fevers. Maybe you have very high fevers, very low fevers. But with lupus, it doesn't happen the same. You can wake up feeling fine. At about 10-ish, once you've had your breakfast, things just start happening. Yeah. So the fatigue kicks in, your joints are there acting up, you're just having all these funny activities that you can't really explain. But the interesting bit is we'll go test for all the common directives, things that you could think could be now the issue.
Yeah.
Most medics will actually tell you, this could be malaria. Run, check malaria, nothing. This could be maybe typhoid that is coming up, something to do with your blood. Nothing comes up. So when this gets serious, you'll now kind of start experiencing some of the major things that imply this is lupus. You could lose your weight. Yeah. At some point you're weighing 50, at some point you're weighing 20. 10 kgs or 20 kgs lost unexplainably. Your hair goes away. That is now actually one of the major pointers that this could be an autoimmune. Because all the normal illnesses are not coming up on the tests. Yeah.
You know, it's interesting that you should say what you're saying. You describe a situation where lupus seems to exhibit symptoms that very many other diseases have.
That is true.
So that if you simply went to a doctor, the last thing on their mind would be that you have lupus.
Yeah.
They will actually think of what they deal with on a daily basis.
Yes.
And so the process of getting to the point where people now understand your condition would have been a very lengthy, painful one.
True.
Now, is there a way in which, within a very short span of time, one can actually diagnose it? Is there a way of diagnosing lupus, apart from just this normal, lengthy process that we follow?
Unfortunately not. With lupus, it's actually, just as you've described it, it's a lengthy process. No one will wake up today and depict and maybe have a couple of pains, lose your hair, and the doctor directly points it as lupus. That's the only other challenge that lupus patients go through. Yes.
So you'll have to go through a process of elimination.
Yes.
We think it is this, try, treat it, then you notice that there are no changes. Then you think it's something else, or you come up with a different symptom, try to deal with it. So by the time you're being diagnosed with lupus, you're a couple of months down the road.
Months down the line. Actually, years. Yeah.
Does lupus have stages? Like, cancer has, stage 1, 2, 3, 4?
No.
So whatever stage, at whatever point you're finally diagnosed with lupus, it's as good as if it was diagnosed the first day.
Yes.
Okay.
Now you see, with just like I had mentioned earlier, you could have arthritis symptoms. Yeah. So the doctors will keep taking you to physiotherapy. You need to do arthritis drugs. You need to avoid some foods that maybe could be elevating the disease. But as time goes by, if you have a keen doctor, or if you are actually with a patient, you need to be honest. Hey doc, I'm feeling like this today. This is happening to my body today.
Yeah.
Because if you don't say what's happening inside 100% truth, it's going to take a whole long time before a diagnosis can be reached.
You've got to be descriptive.
Yes.
Alex, if you don't mind, just take us through your own journey. You are a lupus warrior.
Okay.
Take us through your journey from beginning up to now.
All right. My journey, I can say, started in 2016. So back then, I usually had my fingers, especially these cold months, they could just get painful. Yeah.
The joints?
Yes, the joints. They could get painful and sometimes they swell. Then the palms of my hands could get really cold, then they turn color, a condition known as Raynaud's disease. So back then, we had never heard about lupus. We had no clue what was happening. So I started visiting the local clinics. Well, I had no job, so I couldn't really take myself to a big hospital and maybe do some serious tests. So the first clinic I went to, they were like, this could be a blood infection. We need to do some blood work. So they did the blood work, nothing came up. 2016 still, the symptoms disappear. Now that's the funny thing. You can show symptoms now. They then decide to go into remission for the next couple of months, maybe 3-4 months, you're okay. You're whole. Nothing is happening in your body. So 2016, I became well. 2017, they started acting up again. But now this time, it's not my fingers, it's my knees. So I could maybe just come to town, do a couple of rounds. By the time I'm going back home, my knees are swollen. Yeah. You can't even see the bone. Folding the knee is really painful. So I couldn't really get on with my daily activities on a normal. So I go back to hospital. This time they run their tests. Still nothing comes up. All this time, they're giving me painkillers to manage the condition because they can't really treat what they don't know. Yeah. So after the knees, the feet now come up.
So the knees got better?
No, they're still swelling. But you see, it's an on-off situation. So now the ankle downwards starts swelling. So the whole foot, it's like it has water retained. So I go to this clinic and I meet a clinical officer. So she's like, our doctor is not in, but I suspect something could be going on inside your body. Because if you're walking normally and doing all these activities, your body shouldn't retain water. So the doctor was like, what I'll do, I'll just give you a referral because I'm suspecting it's either you have a condition with your kidneys or your heart could be having an issue. So you see, with such comments, you already are thrown off. You're scared. Yeah. So she gives me a referral to Mata Hospital. So I go to the Buruburu clinic. They check when a rheumatologist will be in. I go see a rheumatologist. So the following week, I think it was on a Wednesday, that's when the doctor had his clinic. I go there. He just sees me and he's like, young man, we need to run this and these tests. So he does a whole list of tests. Take them to the lab. The tests were expensive.
What are we talking about here?
So I remember there was a test that was going for about 28,000 or 30.
One test?
One test.
What was it?
Can't
blood
really
test
remember.
or scan? Or?
No, it's a blood test.
Right.
Yeah. Those are actually some of the tests that are done to guide a rheumatologist that this is lupus that we're talking about. So I take them to the lab, and the lab technician is like, this and this and this are going to cost this much. So I'm honest with the guy. I tell him, hey, I can't manage. Is it food I'm going to buy? Is it rent I'm going to pay? Or is it tests I'm going to do? So the guy is like, maybe what you can do, you can just go back to the doctor, tell him this you cannot manage. He gives you the most basic tests that he needs done. So I go back, an elimination test is done. Test still come back to about 20,000. So that's still quite a bit.
Discount, yeah, 8,000.
That was one test that was going for 28.
So we've removed several other tests.
We've removed several
that could have
other
taken
tests.
this to beyond 40.
Yes.
We've come down to 20.
We've come down to 20.
At least you're only 50%. Kijana tafuta pesa.
So what I do, I contact my family. I tell my mom, this is what is happening. I call my dad. My mom talks to her brothers and sisters, and my dad is getting this and this much. So they actually raised the whole amount that was needed in the first place.
Okay. For the initial tests.
For the initial tests.
Right.
So I go back to the lab. I do the tests, present them to the doc. So the first thing he is like, this is actually coming on as rheumatoid arthritis. Let us first put you on this medication to take away the oedema, now the swollen feet. We need to drain the water so that you look normal. So once I was on drugs, my body was now behaving nicely. I could
it was
run.
now cooperative.
Yeah. I could run, I could do
So
all
your
this.
knees are fine, your ankles are fine, your feet are fine, your hands are fine.
Everything came
you
back
are fine.
Yes.
You're back to Alex.
That is now Alex.
Right.
So then I gather you didn't go back to hospital after that.
I didn't go back to hospital.
You
just
believed
like
it.
any other healthy
Kenyan.
human.
Right.
Once I did, once your body goes back, you're like, everything is fine.
Yes.
So you go back to your daily life. So after the meds were done, that was it. I'm now me. I don't need to keep on doing meds. Shock on me. A couple of months later, that was in now, I think we had crossed over to 2018. Now, things just happened. I would wake up early in the morning, preparing to go to work. I collapse. I kind of just black out. Yeah.
Sorry, just how long after? This is a few months, you say?
Yes,
Okay.
that could be maybe 6 or 7 months down the line.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
you had stopped taking medication.
Yeah,
But the doctor had told you don't stop taking this medication.
Yes.
But you finished the first dose and you felt, I'm
good."
fine. Why do I need to keep spending
Why do
money
I-
to purchase expensive drugs?
That was the thing.
All right.
But you see, when this whole doctor thing was happening, I had no income.
Yep.
So it made sense. Now that I'm whole, let me just keep on going on with my daily life.
Yeah.
So 2018, I just start blacking out. Wake up 5 in the morning, getting ready for work. Blackout. So someday I've woken up, I'm in the shower, I black out. Yeah. So the next minute I'm waking up, I'm nose bleeding. I don't know whether I hit myself on the way down or what happened. But the next minute I'm on my, I'm regaining consciousness. My cousin was actually helping me to the bed and trying to keep me warm. So he calls my mom. Hey, Alex, amekuwa hivi na hivi.
Yeah.
So thank God for African moms.
Panicked.
But
they react.
The next minute, she's in a matatu back to Nairobi from Western Kenya. That's like 8 hours away. So she gets to Nairobi. She doesn't know where I stay. So first stop, her brother's house. Do you know where Alex lives? No. Alex, share with us a pin. So I send a pin. My mom takes an Uber, comes straight to where I stayed. So she just go to the house. She's like, wapi nguo zake? Clothes are packed. And
going home.
we are going to the hospital, not even home.
Hospital, okay.
Straight to hospital. So we pack our bags. The first stop was at a cardiologist because they were like, it's like his blood is not pumping up nicely. So this was a cardio and nephrologist. I think a nephrologist. So the doctor sees us, writes a couple of tests. We go in for blood work. Now my blood count in the body is low. So a guy needs to have about 12 to 13.
Yes, women 14.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mine was, I think, at about 7 or 8.
Wow.
So it was really low.
Yeah.
So that explains the couple of blackouts that I had had. So the doctor is like, guys, you can't go home. We need to do an admission. So he comes up with a couple of hospitals. He's like, you can do Nairobi West, we can do Nairobi Hospital. So choose your poison. So definitely, before you go to any of these hospitals, your pocket will have to determine.
You have some public participation with your pocket.
Yeah. So we go, my folks chose Nairobi West because it was closest to my uncle's place that was in South Sea. So go to Nairobi West, we start the admission process. These guys need a deposit done before you can be admitted. So now this was another hassle. They needed close to 120,000 before you can even get bed space. So we try to talk to the guys, they try to talk to the hospital comes down to 70,000. So we get an admission. Now, I was seeing a nephrologist. Now that's, is it a kidneys doctor? Yes. Comes, they do the biopsy, my kidneys are fine. But they can't explain where my blood is disappearing to and the symptoms that I had in the past. Because I did tests for arthritis again, nothing came up. So I think a week later, I was discharged, went back home. Now, at this time, people are like, oh, you need to stop taking salt, you need to stop taking this. Everyone has their own opinion.
Everybody's a doctor now.
Yeah. I even had a couple of people who are like, now you know what? We need to seek alternative medicine.
Yes.
Because clearly the Western world is not coming
not
through.
Working.
Yeah.
Alafu unajua nani alikunywa hizo dawa na
Na alipona. Yeah.
Usiwache hapo. Kuna nani ambaye anajua kuombea vitu kama hizi.
Hata maombi pia tutafanya.
Hata maombi atafanya.
Na utapona.
Let's take a break on this point and then we'll continue with this story. What we're having a conversation here is about lupus awareness month. Very many people do not know what lupus is, how lupus even manifests itself, and the symptoms for lupus. And you can even hear, even when you go to hospital, the first thing that a medical professional will think of is not lupus. Alex Magesho is giving us his own journey that began in 2016. He's told us, taken us through 2016 into 17, into 18, into 19, into 29. We're at 2020 where we're getting admission for this. You have seen a nephrologist, you have seen, who was the other doctor? Cardiologist. You have taken medication, you've been unwell, you've been well, and you're still having issues. We'll continue the conversation. 28 minutes to 8. The Kenya Revenue Authority has a campaign that they are running. They're saying, tujadiliane, tuelewane. Come, let us do what?
Reason.
Together. And this is because we all know that KRA has a mandate to collect taxes. And when they look through your records and they notice, all right, so there's some taxes here that this person should have declared and they have not declared, whether it's VAT, whether it's income tax, whether you're running a business, all the other duties and taxes, excise duty and all, they will lodge a claim on you. And then you object to that. You have this conversation with them. So they say, before you go to court and try going for resolution in the court process, how about we have this alternative dispute resolution mechanism? We have it in place. Come, let's talk. It's a win-win for everybody. We try and make it as amicable as possible. We try and understand one another. And if we actually come to a point where we determine that, yes, you owe so much to KRA, you can even have a payment plan. Sure. It's easier, it's faster, it's more affordable, it's less of a headache, it's less of a hassle. Tujadiliane, tuelewane.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
At KTN Home, we are all about the action, so you can enjoy unstoppable, unbeatable, unrivaled, unmatched movies from Hollywood. Get your popcorn ready. Tune in to KTN Home and buckle up to experience a new world of entertainment from the comfort of your living room. Tune in to KTN Home every Monday to Thursday plus Sundays and catch Hollywood's finest movies from 10 p.m. for the time of your life.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial star 811 star 1 star 21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects your qualifications.
Sunny conditions at the same time in Nairobi, highs of 26 and lows of 16. It's sunny at 15 in Nakuru, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 25 as well in a cloudy Nyeri at 16. At 14 degrees, it's mostly cloudy in Eldoret, highs of 23 and lows of 13. Mombasa, the rain continues at 26, I beg your pardon, highs of 31 and lows of 25. And in Malindi, it's raining as well at 27, highs of 30 and lows of 26. Kisumu was mostly cloudy at 20, highs of 27 and lows of 18. And Kakamega at 15 this morning, considerably cooler, is mostly cloudy. We'll go to highs of 26 through today and lows of 15. Mostly sunny conditions at 19 in Kampala, highs of 26 and lows of 18. While the sun is out in Dar es Salaam at 23, we'll see highs of 32. In Johannesburg, 9 degrees, highs of 21 and lows of 8. While we're looking at clear conditions at 25 in Lagos with highs of 31. 29 will be the high in a rainy Kinshasa currently at 23, and we'll see lows of 22. Still continues in traffic hour proper now, and we're looking at Gong Road doing a spillover from Rilo Dinga Way, which also is doing a spillover from Langata Road today. So that whole area is absolutely packed. Coming in to Lavington, there's a whole area here, Mzima Springs, then going a lot further, connecting with James Gishuru out onto Wayaki Way. That is jam-packed. The Thika Super Highway, I tell you today, is not looking pretty at all. Bumper to bumper traffic all the way from the Outer Ring Junction out through the Pangani Underpass, and then boom, you get to Moranga Road and you're okay. And then you're going to join with Limuru Road over there, and then there's that whole thing, Wangari Maathai, then connecting with Chiromo out towards Ring Road. Western's in and outbound traffic continues there. Outer Ring. Something is up here and I don't know why. Kangunda Road connecting with Outer Ring, Komarok Road doing the same thing, Juja Road. But we've got some inbound traffic which is really, really heavy. Between the junctions of Kangunda Road and Komarok Road, it's bumper to bumper. We'll find out details about what may have happened there so you can reroute your journey if you need to. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there. Text 40127.
Spice up your life.
(22 to 8), Kenya's biggest conversation continues. Eric Latiff, Okoh, CT Muga, and our guest this morning, Alex Magisho. He's a lupus warrior. This is Lupus Awareness Month, and Alex is taking us through his own journey. 2016 starts getting some swelling on your fingers, and then the joints of your fingers and your palm also turns color. You wonder what's happening, and even before you can say hiya, you're okay. Kidogo, your knees swell, and then your ankles and your feet are swollen. You go to hospital, you do these very expensive tests, and you're told something to do with rheumatoid arthritis. Medication, you get well, you stop taking the medication. And then you now start collapsing.
Yeah.
And you collapse in the bathroom. And it raises panic. Your mother travels all the way from Western Kenya. She comes and says, no, let's go see a doctor. You go and see a kidney specialist. Kidney specialist says, let's admit you to hospital. And now you have decided to go to hospital. More tests are done, can't find what's happening.
Nothing is found.
Then?
So, staying in hospital, being your first admission, it's quite a challenge. That's when you realize, when I'm getting an admission, I need to carry my charger, I need to carry my headpiece. That place is boring.
So you're in there, you've been admitted, everybody has gone home.
Everybody is gone.
You're left on your bed.
You're left alone.
All right.
So it is you and the nurses and the doctors. So I stay there for a week, get a couple of blood transfusions. My blood comes back up. I actually got tired of staying in the hospital because I think with the blood coming back up, my body again
you were fine.
Went back to normal.
Where did they tell you the blood was going? Because clearly it had disappeared somewhere.
Yeah, they still hadn't deduced the whatever was doing the blood disappear. Yeah.
You didn't have anybody telling you that extraterrestrial beings had visited you and were sucking your blood at night.
The village uncles were working
The village
overtime.
uncles. No, unfortunately not.
Fortunately, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
So-
Because without curious as to then at what point, you got well.
Yes.
This is the second time that you've gotten well,
Yes.
right? So blood transfusion happens, you leave hospital.
I leave hospital.
Uh-huh.
But this time, remember now, my mom is in the picture, my uncles, my dad,
Yes.
everyone is behind me.
Yeah. Right.
They're like, well, you're going home, but we have to find out what's happening. So I go home, stay a few days, but I still had follow-ups with the doctors because I had another appointment in like a week. So they kept on reviewing what's happening. Now, when I get home, I stay the first few days. I'm just fine. But you see now, there's that anxiety.
Sure.
You've actually missed home. It felt like a whole lifetime, yet it was just, I think, a week in hospital. The body starts again. This time, it's the feet alone. Yeah. So the feet
The
swell.
same swelling.
Yes. We go back.
And this is after how many weeks? Well, how many
No,
weeks
it's
after you
ju-
came from
it's
hospital?
just a week.
Yeesh.
Yeah. So when we get home, my folks are like, you need to have your feet raised. Anytime you're seated, elevate your feet. Because with now the feet raised, there was that idea that they would not
Circulation.
swell. Yeah, circulation would be better. So we go to the same doctor. He still does more tests. This is still the nephrologist. He's like, no, we still need to do a couple of tests before we are able to...
Are these cheaper tests?
No, not at all.
Same.
Yes.
Expensive
Yeah.
tests. More than
So-
10,000.
Yes, per
Okay.
test. So we keep on doing the tests. But now you see, we are not finding headway. There's no... we can't really tell where we are headed to. We are just doing more tests. So someone came into the picture. We had gone to some chemist to get some drugs that had been prescribed. So at this point, the lady there, the pharmacist, is like, I think you guys are getting a wrong diagnosis. Would you maybe consider going to see this doctor? So she referred us to a rheumatologist. Now, this is the second rheumatologist.
Yep.
So we're like, okay, where is his clinic? We go to the clinic, we book an appointment, we see the doctor the next day. We actually never bought the medication. So got to see the doctor, we explained the journey. So his first statement was, I'm suspecting this is lupus. Suspecting. But we'll need to do this and these tests before we can actually say that this is actually lupus. So, at this point, you guys are desperate.
Yep.
Anything that is thrown your way, you'll take it. So, good thing, at this particular point, I had actually gotten a job. And I had an insurance backing me up this time.
Job which pays your salary at the end of the month?
Yes.
Okay.
And the employer has taken out the insurance,
Yeah.
medical insurance for
Yeah.
you. Good.
So at least I had someone backing me up. So the doctor recommends we go to Nairobi Hospital, which we go to, get an admission, and then we do these tests one more time.
The same tests that you had done now about a year ago?
Yes.
Okay.
So we now have to do them all again.
You
the
didn't
second
have
time.
the results of the tests with you.
They were.
But they were insisting that they must do their own tests.
Yes.
Yep. As all doctors always do.
Yeah. But now this time we had all these other tests coming up. I think there was an ANA, there was DNA, CCRP. There are just so many.
XRG-PU, DPFM, CTPSU.
So all those shenanigans.
And each of them is 4 digits.
Yeah.
Or 5.
So I remember with this admission, the tests were summing up to about 150,000. Just tests.
Had you taken out your insurance card? At this point?
Yes.
Okay.
So they saw the card.
They knew the card existed.
Yeah,
Yes.
but you see, when you're getting to get admitted, you have to give all these details.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I stayed in hospital for about 3 days. Yeah. By the time we were getting discharged on the 4th or 5th day, the doctor was certain that this is lupus. Yeah. So they ruled out the rheumatoid arthritis and all those other previous...
This is 4 years after your symptoms first appeared.
This was actually the 3rd year in 2018. 2018 August.
Right.
That is when I got my diagnosis. But along the way, it wasn't an easy process.
It's a long journey.
Yeah.
It's a long process.
Yeah.
So when the doctor tells you this is lupus, had you heard of lupus before?
Not at all.
It was the first time that you're hearing a condition called lupus.
Yes.
Did the doctor explain to you now what this is?
Yes. So the first time we got to learn about lupus was when in his clinic, he claimed he was suspecting this is lupus. So you see, that throws us off the tracks.
Yeah. So you go to Google.
So we started our
Research.
learning journey. So here we are, getting now our first diagnosis of lupus. Now, being the people we are like, this can't be it, because you're now told, this condition does not have a cure.
It's lifelong.
It's lifelong. You have to manage it. So you see, you look at yourself, you feel you're healthy, and you're like, I need a second opinion. So the doctor does his meds, and he was actually very honest. He told us, I know for many patients, once you get this, you'll always have your doubts.
Yep.
So please feel free, go see another rheumatologist if you will, carry your tests. They will give you their side of the story. Don't tell them that you have lupus or you have this and this. Just take your tests, let them be the guide.
Explain your condition.
Yeah. So we went to, was it Mpisha or it was Aga Khan? So the second rheumatologist confirmed, guys, this is lupus. So you have to know how to manage the condition. You have to take your meds religiously, and all will be well.
Okay.
Yes.
Now explain to us, what is managing the condition? What have you had to do?
Now with lupus, this is now the most interesting bit about this illness. It could manifest itself differently with you. It could be totally different with you. Same with city. We all have lupus, but the way it's reacting in our bodies is totally different. Now, for me, you see, with any condition, you start with the lowest doses of medication, with the least with the least strong medication that can manage the condition. So you get to Google. Like for me, I got to realize that anytime I had food with garlic, my symptoms would aggravate. I would get the swelling knees coming back. I would actually get sick. Literally, you're feeling sick. You can't do anything for yourself. So with time, I realized when I do garlic, when I do milk, it can sometimes get me getting sick. Whether I'm on meds or not, it would get me to that point. Yes.
Okay. It's interesting that you said the first thing when you were talking about now management, because then I have heard people say, well, my lupus is a little bit worse. And it didn't make sense to me, because I was like, okay, come on. So now that you talk about it reacting differently than with different people.
Yeah.
So what are you on now? So are we talking about medication that people take on a regular basis, in addition to having to be very vigilant about what you're eating? Because I'm trying to make a connection between like sickle cell, when they're generally okay until they have crisis, right? So do you have moments when you're generally now, you're all right, until something may happen, and then you get where you're now feeling really, really bad?
Yes, that happens a lot.
Okay.
So this condition, I can say, goes into remission a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. So like, for instance, if we met today and I told you, my name is Alex, pleasure to meet you, you'd be like, oh, this is
you're all right.
This guy is fine.
It's fine.
Yeah. This disease doesn't really show itself, I can say. Yeah. Because at some point, the disease activity in your body is really high. At some points, it's really low. So, like in our medication, at some point, you're taking really high doses of steroids to calm the body down. Yeah. And at some points, you're really doing very low doses of medication. That's when the disease is in remission. At no point are you supposed to stop taking medication altogether.
Okay.
Because all this medication that you take has their role with the treatment process. Some are there to protect your organs from the effects of the medication. Some are there to now, you see, for lupus, the main treatment is actually suppressing your immunity.
Yeah.
Because your immunity is kind of acting up.
It's what is the problem.
It is hyperactive, that's the word. So you have to do all these doses of steroids, all these vitamins to supplement some things. Since 2018, when I got the diagnosis, there are times I've done to a tune of 80 milligrams a day of steroids. That is really high.
Wow.
And that is the time when you simply wake up, do your meds, maybe do breakfast, sleep
And
the entire
go back
day.
to bed.
Yes.
With the time, do you get to understand the triggers? The things which, maybe it's the cold weather, garlic you've pointed out, maybe it's people who talk too loudly,
Yes, you actually get to learn the triggers. Because when you have a given condition, you tend to look for people who would resonate with what you're going through. So we have a group of warriors. I know people who have the same diagnosis like the one I've had, but their journey has been totally different. They've had it a bit smoother.
Yeah.
Because you get to ask someone and they're like, oh, I only take this dawa and this dawa only. When you look at yourself, it's like you're working with a pharmacy. Yeah.
So you work now.
I do work.
How has this affected your work life? Because, I mean, you tell us about times where you wake up in the morning and you've slept for 8 hours, but you wake up and you're completely knackered.
You're fatigued.
Do your employers understand the condition?
Understand?
So, in 2018, when all this started, you know, it was my first role. My bosses were kind of, I can't even say they were worried in a way.
I mean, we just hired a guy.
Yeah.
And look at this chap.
Yes. Yeah.
He's already consuming 150,000 shillings of his medical on just tests.
On just tests.
Atajamaliza mwaka. Wow.
So that came into play. Yeah. But I can say I have had quite a good amount of support from my colleagues, from my employer generally, because there are days I can wake up, get to the office, start my daily activities, run my activities vizuri kabisa. When it gets to maybe noon, maybe after lunch, I've had lunch, I just get sick. My body maybe swells, or I'm there feeling nauseous. You can't see clearly. So at the first times, they used to tell me this could be the medication, what is it called?
Side effects.
The side effects, thank you. So I tried to, maybe if I was taking this before I do breakfast, I stop. Maybe I cut away the milk and see if this is happening. So that was actually trying to manage, because you see, you can't be off work for a long time. You need to be there for your colleagues as well. Yeah. And if your employer is actually supporting you, then you need to give your best when you're able to. Yeah. So I got to discover that if I do the meds on an empty stomach, then I'm totally done, because it's like they would drain me totally. No energy, nothing. So with time, I've gotten to learn on how to do my meds.
To live with your lupus.
Yes, the foods that I need to eat on a daily, the foods that I need to avoid, so that my condition stays.
And doesn't get the better of you.
Yes.
So, if you look at the range, you said the disease manifests itself differently in different people.
Yes.
Those who have a mild form, moderate, extreme. How would you list your condition? Is it mild? Is it moderate? Is it?
I can say right now, it is mild. It's on its lowest. It's in remission, I can say. But this is actually a study that has been done. The disease kind of manifests itself more in males as compared to the females. So in 10 people who have lupus, 1 is a male. And in this one that has that condition, the symptoms are worse. Yeah. So with our female counterparts, I can say, like I said earlier, there's a warrior who has a similar diagnosis as mine. She actually takes her time to even check on me more, as even compared to how she is treating herself. She's like, "Hey, Alex, umemkaje leo? How was your week?" For her, she is perfectly okay.
How many members are in this support group?
It's actually full.
How many people?
It's a WhatsApp group. It's full. We are 256 members. The majority have lupus. And we have another group on Telegram. It's also almost full. I can say with this group, now that is where we get to resonate with the others.
Share experiences.
Yes.
And what you're going through.
And you're like, hey, today I woke up well. And guys are actually happy about it. Yeah. As compared to a normal human, I would come and tell you, hey, leo nimeamka salama. And you're like, but that's how we wake up.
So did I. So
yeah.
big deal.
So what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's more weight to those words. When you say
Yes.
leo nimeamka salama, it's not just
Because it's not every day.
it's not
every
good
day.
morning and good morning.
Just the small wins. Someone can actually wake up and tell us, hey guys, I've managed to brush my teeth today.
Wow.
Such a small task can be such a big task to a Lupus warrior.
Alex, thank you very much for coming. Julia says, thank you to the guest for facing his difficult experiences with humor. It goes to show the place of laughter in making difficult situations easier.
Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your journey with us. You've created a lot of awareness to many, many people who do not know about this condition. Maybe people who are going through those stages of yours, 2016 to 2018. Not sure. When they eventually get to hear it from your doctor that I'm suspecting lupus, they'll be more aware than you are.
Indeed.
Asante sana, and all the best.
Thank
Say
you.
hello to everybody in the group, right?
We greet.
We greet all of you and wish you all the best. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. It's now 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
President Uhuru Kenyatta's deputy William Ruto and former Premier Raila Odinga are expected to attend the 19th edition of the National Prayer Breakfast. This year's theme is transitions. The purpose of the National Prayer Breakfast is to meet, engage, interact, and together pray for the nation in the company of fellow leaders from all sectors of society. KTN News is streaming that event live. Be sure to join in and follow up on that. Now, Kirinyaga Governor Anne Waiguru is seeking to have one of her main rivals banned from competing in the August polls on grounds of allegedly sabotaging her campaign efforts. The incumbent governor, who is seeking to defend a seat on a United Democratic Alliance party ticket, claims that the unnamed rival intentionally destroyed her campaign posters in various parts of the Kirinyaga. In a Twitter post, Waiguru stated that she would file a complaint with the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. In the photographs that accompanied the aforementioned tweet, one of Waiguru's campaign posters is seen lying in a ditch, while another has been turned into a makeshift cover for a motorcycle shed. Still on the corridors of justice now. Justice and the High Court has declined to bar the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission from clearing Mike Sonko to contest the Mombasa gubernatorial election. Two petitioners had sought prayers to stop IEBC from declaring or publishing Sonko in the Kenya Gazette as a candidate until a petition challenging his suitability is heard and determined. Instead, the court directed that the petition is consolidated with another two similar petitions. Justice Anthony Mrima said two other cases had been filed in Eldoret and Mombasa and are pending before a three-judge bench constituted by the Chief Justice. He therefore directed that the petition be forwarded to the Chief Justice for direction. Now, the Anti-Corruption Court has dismissed an application by Busia Governor Sospita Ojamong to suspend the 8 million shillings graft proceedings against him, claiming the State Council had intimidated and threatened his defense witness. He was charged together with 7 others in 2018 over the alleged loss of the funds belonging to Busia County. Before Anti-Corruption Magistrate Douglas Ogoti, the governor had applied to have his case suspended, claiming he intended to lodge an appeal at the appellate court seeking suspension of his trial. He avers that failure to suspend the trial will render the entire proceedings at the lower court insignificant should the stay be denied. Ojamong and co-accused were charged with the conspiracy to commit an economic crime. Now, maize flour, milk and bread might be exempted from tax increases as proposed by Treasury in the Finance Bill if Parliament adopts the National Assembly Finance Committee report. The committee says the three are basic commodities and any tax increment will cause inflation and reduce citizens' purchasing power. This is among a raft of tax reduction measures that the Parliamentary Committee is seeking to scrub in the tax bill amendment. In his budget speech this year, Treasury Cabinet Secretary Kuriatani proposed a raft of tax measures that he said would assist the government to raise 2.1 trillion shillings to fund the budget. The National Assembly now says some of the tax increases as proposed by Treasury might be counterproductive. And the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority is on course to collect more than 2.7 billion shillings owed by county governments as part of a stakeholder engagement-focused credit management strategy. Under the new KEMSA credit management strategy, the authority has set a target to collect at least 500 million shillings in outstanding dues from county governments to boost its service delivery capacity. According to KEMSA CEO Terry Ramadhani, the new collection strategy follows a recent restructuring and separation of authority sales and credit management functions previously intertwined. And Kakamega County Commissioner John Ondego has directed multi-agency teams supervising construction works of classrooms meant for competency-based curriculum learners to assess works of all uncompleted projects. Ondego said some contractors were unable to complete the projects and that they will be paid for the work so far done and the same surrendered to those with capacity to finish them. Speaking at Magharibi Hall in Kakamega Town during a stakeholder and multi-agency meeting to follow up their completion, Ondego noted that while 94% of the classrooms were complete, there were a few contractors who were facing financial challenges to deliver. The county commissioner has, however, given an assurance to contractors who have satisfactorily completed their works that they will be paid promptly. And the government has assured that there are no cases of monkeypox virus in the country and the East African region. Health Principal Secretary Susan Muchache, speaking in Kisii, said the government has heightened surveillance of the virus at entry points. Health experts say close contact with an infected person is required to spread the monkeypox virus, but calling on you to be vigilant. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Settle. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Okoh Highway not so free this morning. As you're getting into the city, it slows down just at your many roundabouts. Heading out then towards Westlands. Muranga Road again doing that beat this morning, getting towards the Globe Cinema overpass and then into the city. Really messy this morning. Speaking about another messy situation, Gong Road doing that crazy business, in and outbound traffic all the way to the roundabout at the city mortuary. And coming off Langata Road, also a nightmare. Let's take a look again at that outer ring situation. There's been an accident there, and we're looking at the connection now even further between Manyanja, then to Kangunda Road, and then towards Juja Road. That whole area, inbound traffic, is absolutely crazy. There was an accident there, and that is what is stopping that. So if you're thinking about using outer ring, you might want to think again because it's not moving. We're also seeing a non-movement situation on the Thika Superhighway. Some of that spillover then connects with the Thika Superhighway, and that slows things down considerably. So it's turning out to be a crazy Thursday. How about we take it with our wits still about? Tell us what's going on where you are. See if you find a better route. Let us know on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up.
It is 8
not
minutes
down.
after 8. Good morning
This
and welcome
is
to
the
the Sada of
Situation
Kenya's
Room,
biggest
the
conversation,
only
the
way to
Situation Room. On SpiceFM, on YouTube and Facebook. SpiceFM KE is our page on Facebook and our channel on YouTube. And we're also now live for the next 1 hour on KTN Home. It's Thursday. It's hashtag Justice Thursdays. Well, last week we had a special one. It happened on Friday because we had the Chief Justice in the room with us. Before we have a conversation and introduce our guest today for Justice Thursdays, let's hear the day's proverb.
Yes, this is our last proverb from the DRC. A single bracelet does not jingle.
A single bracelet does not jingle.
to jingle, it needs to...
It's several.
Yes, it needs to greet, collide, rub against something made of a similar substance. Yes. And usually it's metallic. Yes.
And brings in the beauty and the melody and everything
Yes. I mean, if you have something that is described as a bracelet and it's made of leather, it will not jingle. No, it won't.
It will not.
No.
We've been having conversations about tribunals. Many tribunals in the country. We had the head of the Secretariat of the Tribunals in the judiciary joining us. We've had several other tribunals. Today we want to talk about sports and disputes in sports. Now there's a tribunal called the Sports Disputes Tribunal, and the chairperson is with us in the studio, Senior Counsel John Ohaga. Good morning.
Morning, Eric.
It's good to have you. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the hot seat.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
Now, John, you are very many things. You're senior counsel, means you're a lawyer. You're also an arbitrator. You're also very many other things. You're a leader. People who know you say you're friendly. You're a team leader. You're very many things. Now it comes to disputes tribunal. I have not heard you, sports person. So why sports? How do you end up in the sports dispute tribunal? You'd think, well, Kipchoge Keino.
Well, Eric, I mean, if you looked carefully, you'd see that I have a sports background.
Of course.
I was games captain in school. I played rugby for Mean Machine. When I left uni, I played for Barclays RFC. I played for Kenya Harlequins. I also played for Nondescripts RFC. But to cap it all, I played for Kenya. So sports is part of my DNA. And so when the opportunity to participate in resolving sports disputes came, I thought, well, why not blend, or why not use my training as a lawyer, my experience as an arbitrator, as well as a mediator, to contribute to the resolution of sports disputes. Because I think that resolving sports disputes, inculcating governance in sports, is really part of what we need in this country to begin to commercialize and professionalize sports, which will then enable our sports people to fully exploit their talents and to be able to earn a living from sports.
The various tribunals that we have are established by the various pieces of statutes. So, Sports Disputes Tribunal, what legislation establishes it?
That's the Sports Act of 2013. There's a Sports Act of 2013. But you know, the Sports Tribunal also has jurisdiction under the Anti-Doping Act. So we resolve both sports disputes and we also deal with doping violations. So it's a two-faceted tribunal.
Okay.
Okay. So what is the scope of the cases or the different kind of stuff that you then either adjudicate over, or what are some of the things that come to the desk? Eric and I had a go at it earlier and we said, okay, well, maybe it's a little bit more than, a disputed goal in a game kind of thing. So what are we really looking at here when it comes to the tribunal and the stuff that comes before you?
All right, that's always an interesting question, because when you look at the Sports Act, on the face of it, our jurisdiction is actually quite narrow. Because the Sports Act at Section 58 provides that we'll have jurisdiction to deal with disputes relating to selection to national teams, disciplinary matters from federations, resolving disputes from decisions of the sports registrar. And then there's a wider provision that says any sports-related matter in which the parties agree to come to the tribunal and the tribunal agrees to hear. Now, we have then dealt with numerous disputes, election disputes, factions in federations, employment matters, the question of what sports should be registered, because, for instance, you know that some sports have are governed by more than one international federation. So sometimes there's a conflict or a clash as to which sport or which federation should legitimately run a particular sport in the country. We've dealt with the betting disputes because, betting is big in sports.
Yep.
So there's any number. I'm very surprised every day by the nature of disputes that come before the tribunal. No one day is the same. So sometimes disputes relating even to relegation, for instance, of teams from leagues, docking of points or other sanctions imposed. Disputes such as, for instance, you asked about a disputed goal. Those should be dealt with by the leagues themselves. Because every sport, every federation should have its own internal dispute resolution mechanism. Otherwise, we would be flooded with disputes. So we encourage every federation. Actually, the law requires that they should exhaust their internal dispute resolution mechanism before they come to the tribunal. That way, only significant disputes come before the tribunal.
Okay.
Something that you mentioned, you talked about one of the aspirations that this body that you chair has is in helping bring about a situation where the commercialization and the improvement of our sports management can get to a point where we actually benefit as much as we possibly can.
Precisely.
Now, the question I want to ask is, who manages sports in this country?
Well, the Sports Act was set up hopefully to manage sports in this country. And it has various, shall I say, institutions which are supposed to manage sports in this country. But from holistic perspective, sports should be managed by the ministry responsible for sports. And then these various institutions under the Act should support the management of sports. My own view, though, is that the Sports Act is a poor piece of legislation. That's my view. It does not meet or it does not propel the aspiration of sports people in terms of the things that I have mentioned, commercialization, professionalization, and so on. I think the Sports Act needs to be completely overhauled. I don't think it was well thought through. And I don't see that these structures properly support the our aspirations as sports people, as people in the sports environment. For instance, when I speak about the Sports Tribunal, which I chair, I mentioned earlier that the jurisdiction is very narrow. And what that has led to is parties who want to escape the jurisdiction of the tribunal are able to go to a court of law and stall sports matters there. By their very nature, sports matters should be dealt with speedily, quickly, and sensitively, because the psyche of a sports person is one that is geared to competition, is one that is geared to being on the playing field, not resolving things in courtrooms and boardrooms. But when people go to court, they know that the court process is slow. They know that your normal, regular judges are not necessarily always attuned to the aspirations of sports people. And therefore, in that way, they are able to achieve their objectives, which are not always aligned with the objectives of sports people, by activating those mechanisms. So I think that we need to look at the Sports Act again. I think that it needs to be overhauled. It needs to be a much, much more comprehensive piece of legislation. There needs to be a regulator that is well defined and that who has the ability to be able to police every aspect of sports in this country.
Do you think, and maybe, do you think that there is enough knowledge and information or, enough engagement by sports practitioners, whether you're talking about players, whether you're talking about coaches or even regulators of associations, that there is enough engagement with said Sports Act? If there were, the cases that come before the tribunal, for example, does it show that there is enough engagement with the rules that govern sports in the country And if there were, would there be so many that come to you?
Let me rephrase that. I think that if there was enough engagement, the nature of disputes that came before the tribunal would be ones that would enable us to develop a holistic philosophy and jurisprudence that would propel us further in commercializing sport. With respect to your question about the engagement of whether it is federation officials, governmental officials, unfortunately, my own view, formed over the last 8 years of chairing the Sports Tribunal, is a lot of people in the sports sector are inherently selfish. They're inherently selfish because they enter sports in order to realize their own ambitions, rather than to assist athletes to realize their ambitions. It's about looking at what is the cake and being able to bake that cake so everybody can benefit from it. But if you see the cake as this narrow, small black forest thing and you want it all to yourself, then obviously you're going to have an attitude that seeks to exclude. So, for instance, if you're an official of a sports federation and your interest is in travel, or your interest is in allowances, or your interest is in control, rather than being able to select the best players, rather than being able to create the best environment for sports people to thrive, then if sports people thrive, then we get more people going to watch sports, you get more sponsors willing to engage with sports, and you get a healthier and more vibrant sports environment, a greater profitability. And when you think about sports, there are so many players that can benefit from sports, from the sports person, sports commentators, journalists, agents, lawyers as well, drawing up contracts and so on and so forth. I mean, speaking in my other capacity as a lawyer in the practice of law, I belong to, my firm belongs to a network of lawyers in which we are setting up a sports sector to look at sports globally. And I was amazed at some of the things that the lawyers in more developed jurisdictions are able to do with sports. I mean, just think about, for instance, the sale of Chelsea the other day. What revenue it generates for everybody involved in putting that deal together. Yeah? And when we look at the talent that we have in this country, we can nurture it and we can all benefit from it, from top down.
But isn't that the bane
let me avoid saying bottom up.
Right, sure. Isn't that the bane of the existence that you mentioned that? And maybe, of course, you have an advantage because, I mean, you were in the fraternity playing as a player and then understood some of these things. But then looking at one of the cases that you mentioned, for example, that may come before you, non-selection of a player who probably has skill, has talent, has been proved over time, not selected to a national team, for example, because the position has been sacrificed for maybe coach player whose tune has been danced to by someone else. Define tune and dancing however you wish. And unfortunately, these decisions are time bound. You make a selection of a national team. They're going to a tournament in X T minus 3 months kind of thing. So they need to prepare and know. Somebody comes before the tribunal with this case. What are we looking at in terms of time? Because this is an issue. It doesn't matter. Pick a sport around the country. It is an issue. How do you deal with such cases that are obviously time sensitive?
Well, that's for me as chair of the Sports Tribunal, that's very easy. I will sit until we're able to resolve the case. Whether it requires me to sit to 8 to 9 p.m., we will sit until we can resolve it. I will give you an example. About was it 3, 4, 5 years ago? We had a dispute relating to a swimmer who had not been selected for the team going to Brazil, Rio. And of course, it was time bound because, these names have to be sent in ahead. The players have to be entered for their various events and so on and so forth. And it required to be resolved as quickly as possible. As a tribunal, we sat We sit in panels. I selected a panel. We sat until maybe 9 p.m., had the evidence, looked at the statistics, deliberated. By the following day, we had an answer, and we were able to resolve that dispute. And now, when you talk about selections for teams, national teams, some are more difficult than others. There are some sports, for instance, where selection, the criteria is time, for instance. If you are Omanyala, we know what your times are, and we know what the qualification standard is. But where it is a team sport is obviously more difficult, because you might find a team sport, a coach wants to play a particular system, and even though you're brilliant, he doesn't think that you fit in that system. Now that becomes even more difficult. But what we haven't appreciated in Kenya from a national team selection perspective, and I've always hoped that a dispute like that would come before the tribunal, is, a national team includes the officials, includes coaches. And so I really watched with sadness when I saw the roller coaster that we were taken through with the selection of coaches for our football team. There has to be a criteria, surely. You can't just pick and choose 3 months here, 2 months here. We'll give you a contract for 2 months, a contract for 3 months. What is the criteria? Because the Act says that there must be a criteria, and every national federation must adopt a criteria. So those, in my view, would be things that would be ripe for the tribunal to resolve, where a coach is selected on the basis of a criteria that is not transparent, he doesn't have the necessary qualifications, or there was a better candidate, and so on and so forth. So it really depends on what comes before us. And sometimes I look at the sporting pages and I think, I wish this would come before us, honestly. Yeah.
You wish to call them. There's another issue that you deal with, and you said, now this is with regards to doping, the anti-doping regulations. It's an international issue. We've seen a number of Kenyan athletes who have been, cited with regards to doping. How do you handle these matters? I mean, it's not a local authority that has singled out an athlete for doping. It's an international authority. And this international authority is aligned to international federations. So how does the local body, yours, deal with this issue?
Well, when we look at doping, we distinguish between national level athletes and international level athletes.
Okay.
Yeah. So there will be some athletes, for instance, or let me take a step back. Every national federation is supposed to have an anti-doping policy within its constitution, first and foremost. Then within Kenya, there is the Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya, which is responsible for policing doping, for educating the sports fraternity about doping, and so on and so forth. Now, you then have to recognize that athletes are international. The greatest ambition is to be able to participate internationally.
Yep.
Now, where an athlete, for instance, is running a marathon in Chile, for instance, the protocol requires that the athlete will be tested there. Yeah. So in the first instance, the anti-doping authority there would test the athlete. Now, depending on the nature of the athlete, the test results from there would then be transmitted to the athlete's home country. So in that way, then, when ADAC receives those test results, the samples, and once your sample has tested positive, then ADAC brings dispute or brings the violation before the sports tribunal on the basis that this is a Kenyan athlete for whom ADAC has responsibility. Now, there are other more high-profile athletes, for instance, where the athletics integrity unit has responsibility, if we're talking about athletics. But doping is not limited to athletics. You know, it involves every sport. We've had doping relating to bodybuilders, relating to basketballers, football players.
Darts.
Oddly, but yes, possibly. So, as the tribunal, the jurisdiction in relation to national level athletes ends with the tribunal.
Okay.
But where we are dealing with an international level athlete, the tribunal will determine the validity of the violation. Now, if there is an appeal, that appeal then goes to the Court of Arbitration for Sports.
Okay.
Yeah, because that athlete has international recognition. That's trying to put it as simply as possible.
Are we going on to a break?
You can ask the question.
Yes, this issue of management, I'm a dog with a bone on this one here. Yes, ministry, yes, departments within that ministry that deal with it, but then there are individual businesses that also play in this field of management. What role then do they play? If, as you say, the ministry has the preeminent role in managing sports.
What do you mean individual businesses?
For instance, motorsports.
Yes.
All right? It's one of the, in my mind,
yes,
fairly well managed sport.
Yes, precisely.
Okay? And the people who are involved in it are not necessarily the government or the ministry.
Yes.
So they manage it.
Yes.
Which means they are sponsors.
Yes.
They have the money. And from where I sit, it appears it's these people who are supposed to manage it who actually get the money to do whatever it is that they do to make sure that the event is what it's supposed to be.
Precisely.
So I have an idea of what the role is as a layperson. Now, how do you balance what the ministry is supposed to do with these other players?
Yeah, but you see, the ministry must set policy.
Yes.
The ministry must have overall superintendence over every sport. Yeah. And then it has to then percolate down to individual sports and the way each individual sport is managed. You've mentioned motorsport, for instance. Let's go back to football because we all understand football.
Yep.
There was the Kenya Premier League Limited, which was managing the league. That's supposed to be a private company, managing the league, because at the end of the day, what you're trying to do is to manage it in as profitable a manner as possible. And in the end, there is no better structure than a privately owned, commercially driven enterprise to be able to introduce the efficiencies, the thinking and so on that is required in order to drive a sport in the same way that a business is driven. Now, some sports have been able to do that better than others. So you mentioned motorsport, for instance, has been able to do that better than most, but also because you look at the investment that you require for motorsport. You know, you have
It's
to.
immense.
It's immense. So look at, for instance, look at horse racing, for instance. You have to at least own a horse
At the very
or a
least.
stable at the very least. Yeah. So
I didn't see that one coming.
So it really is the nature of the sport. It really is the nature of the sport. And at the end of the day, even most clubs aspire to be run on the basis on which a private limited liability company would be run. Because that way then you have a governance structure that ensures that you can market efficiently, harness shareholder value properly, invite investors in, and so on and so forth. All the things that that commercialization calls for. At the end of the day, it really is about commercialization.
It's about the money.
About the money, precisely.
That's it.
Yeah.
28 minutes to 9. Let's take a quick break. John Ohaga, Senior Counsel John Ohaga, is the chairperson of the Sports Disputes Tribunal. We're talking about how this tribunal is steering development of sports in Kenya. Justice Thursdays is the day, and this is the conversation that we're having. As we talk about resolving disputes, the Kenya Revenue Authority in June 2015 also launched its own alternative dispute resolution mechanism. They called it facilitated mediation as their ADR method of choice for resolution of tax disputes. They say, well, once you have an issue with KRA and you're having this back and forth, instead of going to court, instead of going through that lengthy process, just like John is telling us, Court is a place where things go and they just slow down from 100 to 5 kph with many meanders and corners. Instead of going through that long route, how about you seek the alternative dispute resolution mechanism with KRA, have a conversation, have a mediator there in the room, and they'll be like, okay, so this is the issue. This is the person who KRA has said owes us money, and the person says, I don't owe you that much money. In fact, I owe you nothing. So let's have this conversation and get to a point where we establish, yeah, indeed, KRA, this guy doesn't owe you anything, just walk. Or, yeah, KRA, this person owes you. Now, please, person,
how can you pay?
Can you see that you actually owe them? Yes.
Pay KRA.
Pay KRA. Let's work out a way you can. So this is actually possible. The alternative dispute resolution mechanism will be telling you how you can then go to it. But simply go to kra.go.ke. You'll be able to see how you can download the ADR forms and also the journey to getting there. You don't just wake up and say, I am an athlete, I'm going to the Sports Dispute Tribunal. No, there are steps, and John will tell us. Similarly, you don't just get up and say, I'm going to the Dispute Tribunal. There's a steps. Time for a break. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Standard Group's Farm Kenya initiative is the umbrella entity for all agriculture-related channels, activities, and investments. The media platforms under the Farm Kenya initiative include the Smart Harvest Weekly Pullout in the Saturday Standard, KTN Farmers TV, a 24-hour agribusiness TV station, Maisha Kilimo, a weekly agriculture show on Radio Maisha, AgriTalk on SpiceFM's morning show The Situation Room, and Grind na Agribiz on Vibes Radio morning show Morning Vibes. Find us online at www.farmers.co.ke, an integrated website that creates and aggregates agri-content, hosts a digital marketplace, and wide range of agri-data. Other platforms include specialized events such as the annual Mkulima Expo, quarterly Farmers Kenya Breakfast, and dedicated social media platforms at Farm Kenya 254. Farm Kenya, working to secure your growth.
The sun's up in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 16 today. Partly sunny conditions out in Nakuru at 17, highs of 25 and lows of 14. It's sunny at 18 in Nyeri, highs of 25 and lows of 14, and mostly cloudy at 17 in Eldoret. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 13. The rain is back in Mombasa at 27, highs of 31 and lows of 25. And it's also raining in Malindi at 28, highs of 30 and lows of 27. Mostly cloudy conditions at 20 in Kisumu. 27 will be the high and lows of 18. And Kakamega is looking mostly cloudy this morning at 21, highs of 26 and lows of 15. Mostly cloudy at 18 in Kampala, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 32 in a mostly sunny Dar es Salaam this morning at 24. It's raining it's 12 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 21. It is raining in Lagos at 25, highs of 31, and we'll see highs of 29 in Kinshasa, where yes, it's raining as well at 22.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your
The
life.
time says we're still in traffic hour, and it's actually quite crazy on most roads in Nairobi today. Looking at the Thika Superhighway coming into the city, that still continues with traffic. That outer ring situation still not letting up. There was an accident earlier there, and we're looking at essentially the junction between the Embakasi turnoff and then the one coming in from Savannah Road. So it's easing off, but I guess that accident situation has been removed. Jogo Road, that whole industrial area circuit, Lunga Lunga, connecting with the Likoni and then onto the interchange on Mombasa Road, that still continues. Into the city, we're looking at some action off Uhuru Highway into the CBD. Coming off Thika Superhighway, much better now. Just that Pangani underpass, that'll give you a little bit of a headache, but you should be all right once out of that. Let's take a look in half an hour or so and see what happens. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there or text 40127.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
22 minutes
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
CT Muga, Ndu Okoh, Eric Latiff. It's Justice Thursdays. Our guest today is Senior Counsel John Ohaga, Chairperson of the Sports Disputes Tribunal. We're talking about how this tribunal helps to steer development of sports in the country and the work that they've been doing. Before we went to the break, I hinted at that. So just let's address that question. How does someone lodge an issue with the Sports Dispute Tribunal?
Well, we try to make it as flexible as possible, because we recognize that that issues will be raised both by lawyers on behalf of their clients as well as by lay people, sports persons who cannot afford legal representation and are therefore less able to deal with the technical processes and procedures. So we have only just recently had our rules gazetted by the Chief Justice. So those should now be available. So the reality is that for the last 7 or so years, we have operated without formal rules, which means that it has allowed us to develop in our own way a mechanism by which we recognize. So if you write us a simple letter, we will recognize, we will try and extract what your grievance is. And we will try and identify who the other party should be and invite the other party to come before the tribunal. Then there's, of course, lawyers who are sophisticated enough to frame full, proper petitions. So there's a full array of ways in which you can activate the jurisdiction of the tribunal.
But you said that the law requires that every federation must have its own internal dispute resolution mechanisms.
Correct.
So before someone comes to you, should they exhaust the internal mechanisms?
They should. They properly should. However, we have found that not every federation has proper internal dispute resolution mechanisms. Yeah, either because they don't have the necessary personnel or they haven't taken the steps to put them in place and so on. And see, all this is part of governance. So part of what we try and do is to educate federations as to what governance structures they should put in place. But one of the things we're very hesitant to do is to send away a litigant because they have not exhausted the internal dispute resolution mechanism. If that mechanism is illusory, if it isn't there, then what are you sending him or her back to? Yeah. So we will also investigate that question. And if we are satisfied that there is actually no mechanism, then we will deal with it. Because in the end, we want to be able to give solutions to the problems that sports people come to us with. Yes.
Oh, okay. As you're speaking about this, a case which is very fresh right now in the sports fraternity comes to mind. And I'm just going to read off some headlines. Sex pests in Federation, killing Kenyan girls' sporting ambitions. Women in Kenya sports fighting rampant sexual harassment and discrimination. Sexual abuse is prevalent in Kenyan basketball. Kenya basketball sex scandal. 2 women allege youth coach interference. Now, the Minister for Sports, Amina Mohammed, asked that an inquiry into this be carried out late last year. It has kind of fizzled out into nothing, really. So this is a direct example of what you have just said. Those who are seeking justice, as it were, if they've gone to their association, or in this case, the Kenya Basketball Federation, and the reasons as to why they cannot seek that dispute resolution is because it has been alleged that the federation is covering up its people, right?
Yes.
Is this a case? It can't be one, because we're talking about hundreds of young women here.
That's correct.
It cannot be one person who will come to the tribunal and say, can you help me? It would probably come in form of a petition. Is that something that would be accepted of by the tribunal to say, all right, let's have a look, because we're talking about years and years of this alleged abuse. How would you deal with, or who would you say, okay, guys, you can actually come to us to handle this? It's been recognized by the ministry, as you've said. Has there been enough action? In this case, unfortunately, they're still decrying the situation whereby really nothing has been done. What happens in a case like this?
Well, honestly, I wish they would come to us. If they did, we would be able to look through the case, identify the issues. There are also elements there of criminality, and where we identify issues of criminality, we would then recommend that the DCI investigates this further and have those officials prosecuted, because the criminal prosecution is in the purview of the DCI and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. So that belongs in another docket, so to speak. But in terms of the primary issues which are sports related, players, sexual harassment within a federation or a sport, officials condoning this or covering it up and so on. If it did come to the tribunal, certainly it is something that we would look at, especially when you recognize, as you correctly point out, that the federation is not itself going to be able to investigate itself. Its internal mechanism, in that case, is, shall we say, compromised. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, there are many issues we read about in the newspapers relating to sports which don't end up before the tribunal. A part of it is a lack of education in terms of the availability of remedy before the tribunal. A part of it is also fear. A part of it is just naivety. So it's really upon people who suffer in situations like those to be directed to where they might be able to get relief. I'm aware that the CS, of course, did step in that situation.
Yes.
Because we hear about this sex for places in a team sort of things. And it's horrific, but it doesn't come to the tribunal. So we haven't been able to grapple with it. And this is why I say, back to my point about legislation, this is why I say that the Sports Act needs to be overhauled in order to recognize situations like those and in order to provide a forum where it can be dealt with as quickly as possible. Because the reality also, let me point out, is that if a matter like this ends up before your normal criminal court, it might be 4 or 5 years before it's resolved.
Right.
Yeah. This is if the athlete, the lady athlete is 23 or 24. She might be 29 or 30 before it is finally resolved. Compromise her entire career. Yeah. So there needs to be a fast track by which situations like this can be dealt with.
But John, is there no way that the tribunal can reach out to these people? Because I've heard you say several times, you look at the back pages of the papers and you see an issue and you're like, I wish they came out to the tribunal. It's the same thing you're saying. Would it be wrong if you actually reached out and said, we exist, you can come to us? If you see a specific case somewhere in public, in the media.
As I said, it's education. So forums like this, for instance, help us to educate, to sensitize people to the existence of the tribunal. We have other forums, speak at conferences, and so on and so forth. And even though we want to be as proactive as we can be, we mustn't forget that in the end, the tribunal is supposed to be a neutral arbiter. And so there is some difficulty with a neutral arbiter reaching out to a potential complainant and saying, come to us. Because the other party now will read bias. Will say, you reach out to this person or individual, you cannot be be objective, you cannot be impartial. So that's the tension and the balance that we have to achieve.
Let's look at disputes that. I think you had a part 2 to your question.
Well, no,
I can come to mine later.
Okay, because if you say, then of course you cannot invite a complainant to come to you. What would then be the process that you are asking folks who are clearly stuck in this problem? You have talented young women and men across the country who then are held because, number one, they're not offering sexual favors, or if they actually are offering these favors, they still then get the short end of the stick, literally, later. What happens? Or say, okay, we want to go beyond the 4 or 5 years that it's going to take. We want an answer or at least a solution in the interim. How do they go about this? To whom do they go to have something like this maybe brought before your desk?
Well, in this case, perhaps the first stop might be the ministry. Maybe the ministry should think about setting up a desk, which is specifically designated for handling cases like those, and then educating these people on the potential forums available to them, screening them and determining, should this go to the police, is this DCI related, should it go to the tribunal, if so, how should the case be framed, and so on and so forth. As a tribunal, for instance, we have a pro bono list of lawyers to whom we reach out to. We have just signed, we're just about to sign a memorandum of understanding with Kituo cha Sheria, so that Kituo cha Sheria can take on sports-related matters. So, for instance, if the ministry, through the suggested desk, sent these people to Kituo cha Sheria would then be able to identify that a particular matter can come to the tribunal and bring it to the tribunal, and then we would be able to deal with it from there. So I think it's about creating structures, and those structures must be responsive to the challenges that athletes face on a daily basis. Yes.
So my question was very directly related to what is happening currently in the country. We have ministry. We have local football federation affiliated to an international football federation. Then we have the ministry and the local football federation having issues and disputes, and the International Football Federation stepping in and saying, you know, our general constitution says you shall not interfere. Now, is it not possible for the Sports Dispute Tribunal in the country to arbitrate here and see how can we reach out to FIFA, for example, and say, whenever there's such an issue, let us be the ones that first deal with this, in terms of bringing the ministry to the table, the local federation to the table, and addressing the matters before they escalate?
Eric, at the beginning of 2020, at the height of the disputes relating to elections of football in Kenya, the tribunal had cancelled the Football Kenya Federation elections 4 times. In one of the very, very detailed and well-considered decisions that we put out, one of our recommendations was that FIFA should set up a normalization committee for football. That was 2 years ago. That led us to engage with FIFA. FIFA reached out to the tribunal, reached out to the ministry as well. FIFA then invited the CS, Amina Mohammed, the Registrar of Sports, and myself to visit them in Lausanne, Switzerland. Unfortunately, on the day we were scheduled to travel, COVID was declared a global pandemic, and so we had to cancel our flights. So the point I'm making is that this issue is not unforeseen. It is just that out of the lack of tenable options, the CS had to turn to the Sports Act in order to set up the caretaker committee that she did. And that was really a search for finding a solution to what was clearly bedeviling football in Kenya. I think every stakeholder recognizes that football was in its death throes because of poor governance. Now, a government that is pumping in millions of shillings into a sport like football is not, on the one hand, going to sit and, and be helpless in the face of things like this. Unfortunately, as you correctly recognize, FIFA is
a government.
In many ways more powerful than many governments. And FIFA's policies do not allow third-party, they call it third-party interference. And we have to recognize that. Actually, most international federations frown upon third-party interference. It's just that football is more robust. FIFA is more robust about imposing it. But this always leaves national governments in a very difficult situation. Because on the one hand, you have your domestic legislation. You have these people who are running football in your country, benefiting from state resources, probably misusing those state resources if the audit reports are to be believed, taking the national sports down the drain. What are you as a national government to do? And I think this is one of those situations which calls for FIFA to be more sensitive to the needs of national governments in the way that sport is run. Unfortunately, in my view, FIFA is also a political animal. Yeah? The officials of FIFA are voted into office. They rely on votes from
the federation.
From the federation. So they will always lean in favor of the federations. And FIFA itself is not clean. I mean, look at all the scandal that goes back to Sepp Blatter and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So this is a real problem. And there must be some way to find a solution. I can see the conundrum here. But the point I'm making is 2 years ago, we did recommend the formation of a nationalization committee. I wish FIFA had taken that suggestion at that time. We would not be where we are today because we might still end up with a normalization committee.
So many years down the road, and after our footballers having suffered what they are going through now. We also have an issue with not just football, but management and governance of the other sports federations. Some keep doing well at some point, and then they stop doing well at some point just because of governance. At some point, in fact, CT was reminding us another day, cricket was doing so well in this country. Right now, we're not so sure whether they're doing well at all.
When someone mentions cricket, you are certain they're talking about an insect of sorts.
You hear crickets.
You hear chirping.
You know? And yet we had seen the potential of cricket. We've seen the potential of hockey. We've seen the potential of volleyball. We've seen the potential of rugby. We keep having these issues about governance. What is the problem, John, from your own perspective?
Governance. Selfish interests.
Weak laws, weak regulations, or individuals?
It's a combination of all. Back to cricket, you mentioned cricket. Again, cricket came to the tribunal 2-3 years ago, I recall very well. The decision of the tribunal was that cricket should hold elections because at the time, it was a dispute between two factions that were jockeying for control of cricket. We recommended that elections be held. One faction went to court, to the High Court, purportedly on an appeal. Yeah. It took the High Court another 2 years to grapple with that issue and eventually come to actually not even a decision. But the point is that it stalled in the High Court. And this is why I went back to the issue of selfish individuals activating structures where they know that it will delay. So whilst there is delay, there is decay. Because as it's delaying there, who is running after the affairs of cricket? Eventually, again, the CS had to appoint a committee, a caretaker committee, go through a process, revamp the constitution, and so on and so forth. I have to say, unfortunately, they're back again before the tribunal, challenging the elections. I don't want to prejudge the outcome of that, but I can tell you it is back before the tribunal. So whatever situation arises, they might end up back in court. Again, another 2-3 years of decay. So we are going to just have this cyclic thing without resolving the issues, without allowing cricket to breathe, without allowing the infusion of the much-needed governance structures. And that's because there is that avenue that allows access to a normal court and therefore stalling of the process there. And that needs to be closed, in my view.
Has anything been done, John, to try and amend the Sports Act so that some of these issues that the Act itself acts as a barrier and as a limitation to?
Well, for instance, the Act itself, let me just say, the Act itself does not provide an avenue for appeals to the court. Yeah, but us lawyers are very crafty and clever individuals.
You're very creative.
Very creative. Yes. So where there is no appeal allowed, they will go for something called judicial review, which is another. You're not appealing, but you're saying the tribunal was unreasonable.
Give us a legal opinion.
Precisely.
Yes.
Or the decision was unconstitutional, or, you know, all sorts of things. And that allows that avenue. And once the court issues an order staying a decision or a conservatory order, that sport will be stuck there because it will interfere with the. I'll tell you, for instance, we're stuck with swimming now. Swimming is one of the sports under the Sports Tribunal's docket now. We assisted swimming to formulate a constitution 2-3 years ago. The constitution was approved by FINA, which is the international body. And then some individuals went to court. And they said, oh, the provisions in that constitution are in violation of the Kenya constitution in relation to the manner in which elections are to be held. And the court issued an order stopping the elections for swimming. For 2 years now, swimming has not been able to hold elections, which means they're pending the decision of the court. So what has happened now is that FINA has effectively banned Kenya because Kenya does not have an elected
leadership,
federation or leadership for its federation. And these are the things that I mention as ailing sports, as negating the development of sports
in the
country.
You have your work cut out. You have a lot that you need to do, even in terms of just creating awareness with the passion that you have for sport. We thank you very much for joining us. John, you thought 1 hour is a very long time, right?
I did.
It's up.
It's up. It's 9 a.m. Senior Counsel John Ohaga is the chairperson of the Sports Disputes Tribunal. We've been talking about how this tribunal is steering development of sports in the country and what our country needs in terms of better management of our sports. Asante sana, John, for coming.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Thank you for hosting me and for your hospitality.
Asante.
Have a brilliant day.
Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. It's 9 a.m.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
It's also another show of unity where those people who in political platforms, take different stands, like today you see them together, praying together, sitting together, laughing together, and worshiping together. That one, I think, will be able to diffuse the tension that is ordinarily with our supporters who believe that we don't even talk to each other. So when we sit together, we pray together, and we work together, then definitely we'll be able to diffuse.
The MP has praised different political parties for conducting peaceful campaigns.
I am very happy with the political activities that have been happening in our counties, where you see, for example, us in Azimio, we do our meetings without any much acrimony, without people shouting down you and all that. I'm also happy that the other team, the Kenya Kwanza, is also doing meetings without being interfered with. That is the kind of Kenya that we want. So I'm looking forward to a very good day that will be carried on up to and including the day of election and even after, because we need to remind Kenyans that we only have one Kenya, and elections come and go.
President Uhuru Kenyatta and his Deputy William Ruto are leading the prayer breakfast, whose theme is transition. Civil rights organization Muhuri, in partnership with the IEBC, has launched a 3-day campaign in Kwale County to sensitize the public on the importance of voting during the upcoming general election. Muhuri Planning Officer Frederick Okoh says that the campaign is focused on the youth, given the fact that their population is high. Speaking in Ukunda, Okoh added that the campaign also aims at sensitizing the youth about the importance of maintaining peace during the election period. These as IEBC officials in Msambweni, Marita, Ombaso notes that a small number of people in the area are registered as voters. In Kajiado County, residents have been urged to maintain peace before, during and after the August elections. County Commissioner Wilson Wanyaga called on the residents to desist from any form of violence, including incitement on social media and heckling of opponents during political campaign rallies. Wanyaga urged politicians to preach peace during their campaigns and avoid divisive politics, which may lead to tension among residents. He challenged the youth to be agents of peace and refrain from being bribed by politicians to cause chaos during campaigns. And the High Court has barred the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commissions from clearing former Kiambu County CEC Karungo Wathangawas as senatorial candidate in the August polls. According to the High Court, the United Democratic challenging his suitability to hold office is heard and determined. Kevin Jui Wangari had filed the petition on grounds of alleged misconduct following Thangawa's 2019 impeachment from office while serving as Kiambu's Youth Affairs CEC. The Pharmaceutical Society of Kenya now says strict guidelines should be put in place to prevent the misuse of prescription drugs, including the so-called mchele, which can be easily obtained over the counter. According to the Society's Chief Executive Officer, Lucas Nyabero, a lack of proper measures to regulate the sector has led to Kenyans obtaining dangerous drugs which are often used to harm others. He urged Kenyans to acquire the medication from licensed and registered pharmaceuticals to avoid falling victim to unscrupulous dealers. Africans around the globe have been urged to take the lead towards ownership and control over the future of the continent in its economic, political and cultural dimensions to be self-reliant. Lamin Mohammed, the coordinator Africans Rising for Justice, Peace and Dignity, says that the time is ripe for Africans to take center stage in protecting the continent's wealth, environment, people and future. Mohammed stated that the movement is keen to ensure that the power of the grassroots is harnessed in their quest to ensure African wealth and resources belong to Africans alone. And Ferdinand Marcos Jr. was proclaimed the next Philippine president after landslide win that rights groups and religious leaders fear could weaken the corruption-prone country's democracy. Marcos, who formally takes office next month, secured more than 31.6 million votes, or 58.8% of the total, according to a final tally released by Parliament. He will be inaugurated on June 30th. This is Newswire. Dennis Oseta, good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, at a few minutes after 9 o'clock, we're still looking at traffic in most parts of the city. Ngongoro is actually still thumping with traffic today. And we're looking at the same scenario on Uhuru Highway, getting into the CBD and then out towards Westlands. Muranga Road, also quite a lot of traffic today. The Thika Superhighway, that traffic stint was just a short while. It's looking much better. It's Twin Road over here of Kiambu Road is a totally different story because it's an absolute mess. If you're on Kiambu Road, my commiserations, because you'll get to Muthaiga Square in T-1-2 hours. It's actually pretty messy. Outer Ring, as you get towards the Thika Superhighway, also doing that thing this morning. And we're looking at Limuru Road, still pretty busy as well. All right, let's see when traffic hour ends this morning. And then let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
A very good morning. It's 7 minutes after 9. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. We're on to the fourth hour of the show today. Happy Thursday. It's the first Friday of the week. But hey.
It was a long time coming.
This week has just been long. This week has had 17 days instead of the usual 7. They added an extra 10 just for good measure, for kicks.
Monday was 3 days.
Aish.
And it began on Saturday.
Yeah.
So Monday was 5 days.
Monday, and then it's Monday, and then it's Monday.
Monday, it's Monday. It's just still Monday.
With Monday problems.
Yeah.
Yes.
And today is Thursday. And you'll see how long it takes before we get to Friday. Before we introduce our next guest in the studio, let's hear the day's proverb from CT.
Yes, our last proverb from the DRC. A single bracelet does not jingle. You know, when you talk about bracelets, you just assume it's an ornament.
I have 7.
Precisely. Now tell me what they mean, because bracelets have a meaning.
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
You hear the jingle?
Yes, but they signify something, depending on the community you come from.
Yes.
Yes.
Depending on the community they come from, they signify a lot. Yes. In the Indian, let me give you a Punjabi, Indian, Hindu, Singh, all these cultures from subcontinent, Asian subcontinent. It's a feminine, it's a part of femininity. It's the biggest insult to tell a man you're wearing bangles, to see churiyan paine. You're wearing bangles. It's like the biggest insult. Like when I was having my dispute with my husband in courts, you remember the headlines and all that? Yeah. I remember we had a phone conversation while that was going on. He told me, I'm going to show you who's wearing the churiya. I'm going to show you who's wearing the bangles, me or you. So it's that big a thing. It's like literally removing a man's masculinity completely. So because it's supposed to be an ultra feminine thing, adorning yourself and the little sounds, jingles that it makes. It's a feminine attraction. So to imply that a man can wear bangles, whoa, it's like,
Kill me now.
I've killed you. To remove your testosterone,
I will finish you.
Everything down there, finish you, just become a woman or something. It's the worst thing ever.
Who's wearing the pants? Who's wearing the jingle?
That's it. Who's wearing the pants?
In some communities, it signifies the marital status.
Yes, it's even that. Yes.
In some communities, it's status, not just marital status, but status.
Yes. Yeah.
So, yes. Bangles are not just bangles. Yes. Bracelets are not just bracelets.
So hearing you say that somewhere in West Africa they're saying one bangle doesn't jingle, that really is deep. Yeah.
What do you think it means?
I think maybe like if you took it to the aspect of the other cultures we're talking about and what it means, it actually implies a woman's many feminine roles or various concepts or various elements of her beauty or her femininity.
It takes a lot to.
It's a very deep statement.
To define you and your beauty. So it's not just one bangle. You don't wear just one bangle. You wear more than one.
Oh yeah, I think that. So it's very deep thing you've said. Thank you. It woke up something in my head.
Nazlin Omar
is
a presidential aspirant. And it's not the first time that she's vying for president. She wants to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. She's with us now in the Situation Room. Welcome to the hot seat, Nazlin.
Thank you, and I like that situation room.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, I think when I become president, I'm going to have a situation room.
Yeah?
It's important. You address burning issues, things happening like need to be addressed right now. You need a situation room.
And you
identified people who just have to be there to deal with it.
And you tackle them head on.
Yeah, you've given me an idea. Thank you. So I'm Nazlin Omar. I'm internationally renowned person on my work, agenda on world peace, HIV, gender, women, or Islam. I'm invited all over the world and as global forum speaker representing all these. I was the only woman invited by the King of Spain, Juan Carlos, for the World Peace Congress of Religion and Peace in Sevilla, Spain. I was the only woman in the world on those podiums and then that forum. All over the world, all the chief rabbis, global imam muftis were all in attendance, archbishops and all. And I remember, I want to start with this just to show the role of the importance of women in world peace and in anything, in politics, in anywhere. We are the mobilizers in politics. Politicians cannot, when I say politicians, I mean male politicians cannot handle this thing without the mobilization capacity that women have. So in that forum, I had said something. I stood up and I said, okay, I'm honored to be amongst these world leaders today. And thank you for recognizing my role in world peace. But unless we recognize the role of women from all these three Abrahamic faiths which are in attendance, Christians, Jews, and Muslims, which are the Abrahamic faiths, unless we recognize the role of women in these faiths on world peace, we are not going to succeed. Why? Women do not call for war. Women never call for war, by the way. Look at any war all over the world, it was called by men. Women don't call for war, but they are the most affected by war. We end up losing our brothers to war, our sons to war, our fathers to war, and we are left widows with orphans, not with enough financial capacity, because in our communities, men play the dominant financial muscle. And whether in education or whatever, the sons were given more priority over the daughters. The brothers got more priority over the daughters. So we end up raising orphans, less capacitated, with less income generating capacity or financial capacity than the man was. So unless we recognize the role of women in world peace, we'll have no peace. And I got a standing ovation. I got interviews on CNN, World Report, all that drama. to the point that the chief rabbi of Israel, Rabbi Poppenheim, approached me when I was sitting with the bishop who's representing the Pope from Vatican. And he spoke to me and said, we want you to lead the women wing of the world peace between Israel and Palestine. So that's my level of engagement, and seeing the role of women need to go to that level. You understand?
Yeah.
So coming back to reflect on my presidency here, this is the 4th time I'm giving it a shot, correct? 2007, I was the sole female candidate on the general election. And of course, the election was declared rigged. My votes were stolen left, right, and center. And let me be honest, it was not just Kibaki looting the ballot and running to declare himself a president in the dark. Raila also stole the ballot. He was a big ballot thief. Let me give an example. And I was there, and I'm speaking it as an inside player at that point. He declared 100. I'll just give you one example, because that's not our conversation here today. We have a bigger scope. He declared 160% voter turnout for Siaya alone. 160. So 100% of the registered voter turned up, plus another
Plus
60 on top. Plus some. So that kind of thing. Let's just give you an idea.
Raila wasn't declaring an election. Do you mean the ECK?
It doesn't matter.
then?
I'm saying he declared the
he
votes
claimed.
for Siaya himself, that he has 160% voter turnout. And of course, he challenged the election. He said he won, and the other guy said he won. They all stole the ballot. Unfortunately, Kibaki was in power, and he had the state machinery to mobilize to have the Chief Justice, everybody in his hands to declare him the winner. Unfortunately. But if you remember me with Kivuitu at KICC, I was telling Kivuitu, you cannot declare the winner. And Ruto, I remember Ruto was on the podium there, dais. He was on his head like this, and Kinaurengo and all. Little Kivuitu is sitting here, and everyone is literally swallowing him, I remember, and they were shocked because they thought I'm going to come in to support the president or something. No, I said, no. In that constitution, if you remember, when you do form a constitution, if you declare if you're running for president, you have to run for a constituency. I ran for Kamkunji. I was born, bred, educated in Isli. I'm an Isli-born person, Isli-bred, Isli-educated. So I had ballot papers in my hands when I went to KICC. Said, look at this. These ballot papers are all over the county. They're all over the constituency. They're all over Kenya.
Where did you get them from?
On the streets, in the polling stations, there was fighting. In Kamkunji was one of the hottest spots. Remember, there were big fights. And they were tearing boxes. And a pickup had come in with boxes. So Kenyans went crazy in Kamkunji, and they fought. And I said, look at this. I've got ballot box. So Kamkunji was one of the places he said, we'll have to go for a recount or something. Do you remember?
Was the first time you ran for president.
So 2013 last minute, the state machinery entered my names in the register of criminals. I was registered as a criminal in Kenya, denying me a certificate of good conduct, without which you can't buy. It's one of the requirements. Okay, so I went to court. We're still battling. 2017 comes. They miraculously removed my name from the register of criminals, so I had a
So this time you got a certificate of good conduct.
Yes, but remember at KICC when I was presenting to Chebukati, it was live. You guys were all live. I'm showing him my voter card, and I'm telling him, why is my name missing from the register of voters? And I remember I presented myself just before Uhuru Kenyatta. He was already coming in. There was a lot of noise. And this is Chebukati sitting here with his entire commission receiving us as our returning officer. But you had to pass the side table to verify your fingerprints in the BVR, as well as...
To make sure that you are, number one, a voter.
A voter registered.
For you to be a candidate.
You can't. So that's how they slammed me. Last minute, they removed my name and the names of my 4 children. So I had verified. When did you verify? I said, I verified 3 days before Raila did. I verified at Parklands High Ridge Police Primary School. That's where I'm registered. I verified.
So in 2017, you wanted to be president, but you actually ended up not even being a voter.
Yeah.
So you did not even vote?
I was just registered as a voter. I've struggled to have myself registered as a voter until about 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks ago, I was registered. About 3 weeks ago.
4 weeks ago today?
Yes, from today.
Now
4 weeks ago, I was
registered
registered as a voter, about 3 weeks ago. And finally, it was such a momentous thing for me. I registered in Westland, and I went to IBC and all that, and I have now a voter card, and I hope they don't remove my name again, but they've done worse. You won't believe what they've done already.
Have you done the verification using the
Yes,
online
it's been
system?
verified, everything, but you won't believe what they've done. My shock is this is my voter card. But you won't believe what they've done. Now, when he gazetted our names, clearing aspirants, Chebukati wrote my name different from my voter card. I used my passport to buy. My passport and my names on the voter card are Nazlin Omar Fazaldin, Rajput. Rajput is my surname. Yep. You remember, you guys all carried all the names of the aspirants?
Yep.
He's now going to register me there as Nazlin Omar Fazaldin Omar.
Oh,
that
not
name
Rajput.
is not what I registered. And he's gazetted me as somebody else. my question, and every Kenyan should be asking, why is the state machinery, this deep state, Chebukati, fighting me so draconiously? Why? What are they afraid of? If I'm not powerful, why are you blocking my bid?
Let me ask you.
Are you seeing the shocker?
Yesterday was a deadline for presidential candidates and their running mates to present this evidence that you've got support from across the country.
I presented the same day at KICC on the 23rd.
So you went with the 48,000 signatures
I
and
have
copies of
actually
IDs.
about 98,000 signatures.
And copies of IDs?
What I did, I'm the chair of the National Muslim Council. Over 2,000 imams have endorsed me in writing for president. I'm the president of the Caucus of Independent Candidates of Kenya, which was formed last general election in 2017 when independents were being blocked out by ORPP. ORPP's deadline came before, and the IBC deadline was before even the ORPP. They had a 4-day gap, which I addressed. So out of that popularity, we got them all signed. So we are about 5,000 members backing me right now, and amongst independent candidates. And we are moving to court, by the way. As I'm speaking about, I think Ednah knows. I've been working on completing my petition under public interest on at least 7 issues. So when we went there, yesterday was not the deadline. The deadline is actually on the 9th of June. The deadline, as advertised by IBC on their Facebook, on their website, on their Twitter handle, is that the deadline for submitting signatures and whatever rules and everything else is between 29th of May
and the 9th of June.
And the 6th of June, 6th of June. Okay? This is it. 23rd, when he met us at Bomas, it was as our returning officer. By law, each returning officer is appointed, meets his aspirants. Chebukati is the returning officer for all candidates. From that day, he had never met us. He has advertised it, even the media picked it up as a pre-nomination exercise. The day he's supposed to meet us and tell us, okay, what are the rules, what are the regulations, qualifications, what is expected of us, and to thrash out any issues arising by aspirants. He did that. And I had an entire video recording of him speaking. We recorded him. That's exactly what he did. And then he came and says, you must submit today. But you just told us what we need to submit. You need 2 weeks after that by law.
You need to give us time.
No, by law, you need 2 weeks after you meet your returning officer. So you know what you're supposed to submit, or if you're knocked out or not. So he's telling us to submit today. And guess who submitted that day? Guess who submitted that day without being informed what was needed beforehand?
Nazlin.
No. Ruto and Raila. How did they? And they didn't even participate in that meeting.
Maybe they had representatives.
No. The point is they came with the boxes and boxes
They
and boxes.
came prepared.
They came prepared, like they'd been earlier pre-notified that I'm going to pull the rug under these candidates, small parties and all the independents, and I'm going to give you this favor. So
Had
they
you not
prepared.
been told?
And Chebukati, we have him on video record saying...
Nazlin, if I can interrupt you and ask
Sure.
with all of that you've said, clearly one of the things that's coming out here is that you believe that there are those who are trying to stop you from running for president.
Absolutely.
Now, the question is, why would they want to do that?
Okay, I have a bad history with Raila. I think the whole country knows that. I took him for my World Peace Congress in Korea in 2004 or 5. And we had a major fallout. At that time, I was head of Raila's think tank. And the whole country knows that. Maybe you're in Nigeria, then let me update you. I was head of Raila's think tank. I was life member number 1 of ODM Kenya, ODM when it was formed. Before them were the Orange Movement and the Banana Movement for the referendum. Remember, 2004-5 referendum. So it started in 2004. We were the orange part. I was the sole female luminary in that entire place. I mean, they were all men, and also Uhuru Kenyatta was with us, Ruto was with us, Balala and all these other members, even Kalonzo and Raila, we were all one team. And clearly Raila was leading the team at that point. Uhuru was chairman of KANU at that time. I was the chairman of the National Muslim Council of Kenya. And so I was the sole female luminary in the Orange Movement. And I published a whole page of what was wrong with that proposed constitution, which was Wako's bill. The Attorney General called Wako, it was his bill. And remember, I was head of Women Affairs, member of the National Committee of Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims, and we had appointed our representatives throughout the country in the Bomas meetings. Do you remember the Bomas conferences on the new constitution? Are we together? So in that forum, Bombers, the whole country came together and said, this is the constitution we want. The government, which was when at that time Kibaki was the president and Martha Karua was then the Minister of Justice. They fought hard against bombers. They fought hard against the Kenya Constitution of Kenya Review Commission. They fought hard against the people's needs or wants or what the country wanted. And that was the only time the entire country had gathered to decide what they want in a constitution. It's never happened before. It never happened after that. It was historically the only moment ever. And she fought that hard. They wanted to enforce an imperial president.
It was who was the justice minister then?
Yeah, she was. No, then she also became.
After
so she fought it hard. She fought us hard. She fought bombers hard, and she was extremely vocal against the new constitution draft. So, however, I was very vocal. I was very knowledgeable, rather, on the bombers draft, our ones as the opposition, and Wako Bill. So Raila decided in our group that, okay, Nazlin is conscious and she's vocal and aware of all these constitutions, let her face the press. So I think that's when I was basically talking to all the media. I was a point person talking, and that brought me to another level. And before that, in 2002, when I was appointed in SUPCAM, I was already talking on the electoral process leading to 2002 elections. In fact, when Moi was handing over presidency to Kibaki, I was on the podium. I was one of those who were beaten with stones. And I remember a very historical moment when he was handing over the presidency at Uhuru Park. Remember the wave, the sea of humanity, which has never happened before or after. It has been the biggest moment. It was a historical and very powerful, charged moment.
To cut you and bring you back to Ndu's question, why do you think there are forces that would want you out of the ballot in 2013?
So I was giving you a background so you can understand the strengths I've come with. I'm not just someone who popped out today and said she wants the ballot.
Right.
I've got a deep history with the big boys, rather, what you say. A deep history. I've rubbed shoulders and gone even above them globally. So I think my fallout with Raila has had me blacked out completely in the political dispensation order of our nation. I took him to Korea for world peace. I actually called Uhuru. I asked Kalonzo. Kalonzo called me back too late when the agenda was already set. Tickets were booked for Korea. I wanted any of them. Who else wants to go to Korea? I've done a lot of world peace. I want to push you guys to my international platform. Who wants to come? Kalonzo answered too late. Uhuru told me, Nazlin, can we make this next time? Because I think he was being overwhelmed with some family business meetings that he had to attend to, burning issues, something was going wrong. So he told me, I wish you told me earlier, so this thing is coming up, I need to try, or something like that. I talked to Raila. Raila said, yes, I want to come. I want to get involved in your world peace agenda. So we organized to go with Raila to Korea. So I was not supposed to go to Korea. I was just supposed to send one of them. I've already done too much work with them. I go every other year on peace tours with the Korea network. So he said, no, I'm not going alone. You know these people. I don't know them. If I'm going, join me. Otherwise, I don't think I have to go. So I talked to the organizers. They sent us 2 tickets. They agreed. They actually sent us economy tickets. They only pay economy. Then you pay your own. You top up your own. So Raila topped us up to business class. But with my influence, I got that done to first class. And his passport was expiring. He had a diplomatic passport then. And it was expanded. It only had 1 page. So he told me, if we now start this process for the government to give me another passport, they will delay it, because he was opposition that time. They'll delay it until this date is passed. I'll miss going to this flight for this meeting. So, okay, he said, I think, okay, we decided we'll register him as an ordinary Kenyan and just get an ordinary passport. So I took up all those documents and I went and I got this passport and all that stuff, went to immigration and sorted everything out. So we urgently did that and we traveled to Korea. So yeah, I think my nightmare, I should have got a warning at the airport. I should have gotten a warning at the airport because I reached Jomo Kenyatta before him.
But which year was this?
2004 or 2005.
Okay.
All right.
So by the time you were going to...
2006.
By the time you wanted to be
2006.
President... By the time you wanted to be president in 2007, you already had this feeling.
We already had a fallout with Raila when I stood for president in 2007.
Did you establish that he's the reason why you were not able to vie in 2007?
You didn't let me answer my question. If you're going to cut me, I'm not going to be able to tell. I was
Because
just
I'd
coming
like
to
us
the
to get
reason
there,
and
because
you've just stopped me there. You know,
Yeah.
you go to another question. Elections were in 2007. I think 2006 is when the Korea thing happened. And 2006, throughout 2006, the whole ODM had about 8 candidates. Remember, candidates in ODM wanted to vie. I was one of them. I was the only woman in ODM party at that time who wanted to vie. And in that period, we had an opposition. and we fell out with Raila Odinga. And I then moved to the ballot to prove, no, you cannot cut me down. You will meet me at the ballot. You will not break me down because of your personal interests. You will meet me at the ballot. And that's what I did. I joined the Workers' Congress Party, and I ran with the Workers' Congress Party, if you remember, all right? So going back to Korea, I think my nightmare should have been a big warning at the airport. Jomo Kenyatta Airport, I'm waiting for Raila, and I'm calling him. Okay, I'm at VIP. Where are you? I said, where are you? He asked. He called me. I said, I'm at VIP lounge. He said, okay, don't come out to the hall. Don't come into the hall to receive me. I said, why? He said, Madame will be with me. Now, I think my heart just fell to my feet, Like, why doesn't she know you're going with me to Korea, So he hadn't told his wife, Ida Odinga, that I'm taking him to Korea. Now, remember, we didn't go together. I took him to Korea for World Peace meeting. So that is where I realized he's not told her that he's going with me. So there seems to be an issue between that couple. I didn't know. So that is where my nightmare started. Raila's interests in me and my objecting to that or fighting him off is what has caused him to persecute me none till today. I've been arrested. My cars, Range Rovers have been taken away from me. I've been detained unlawfully for extended times.
Can I ask you a
I've
question?
gone through hell.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, you wanted to know first why I feel that I'm being targeted? That is one reason.
What I want to ask is...
That's one reason. I've not given you all my reasons.
The period you speak of, Raila wasn't in government. For the most of his political career, Raila has been in the opposition. What I want to understand is, how does someone in the opposition master the sort of power?
No, you're wrong. You're misconceived. No. In 2007, he ran for president. I ran for president. He created havoc. The country burnt. They formed a coalition government exactly in early 2008. He has been in power all the time. I've been prosecuted. He was prime minister in the coalition government immediately after the election. So he has been in power. Before that, he was not powerful. He did nothing to me. I ran for president. As soon as the coalition government was formed, he became prime minister.
You've done the very same thing you've accused us of doing. You've actually cut me short before I've actually finished asking the question that I
just
wanted to ask.
correcting you that he was in power.
What's your question, Siti?
My question is this. Of all the people who are in government, why Raila Odinga? Why him? Why is he the target? Because I'm asking this question with this context in mind. There are political pundits who claim that the individuals whom, when the names are mentioned, it gives you a headline. If you mention
no, you're not going to embarrass. You're not going to attack me like that.
It's a perception, but let him ask
No, that's not.
question.
I'm not going to accept a man sitting here and telling me that Raila is the target. I am the target of political persecution in this country. There are court petitions and petitions pending on this. I've been shot at. I've faced armed assassination. I've faced my children have been shot at. What are you telling me? If you're a stooge for Raila, you're not going to call me here and insult me. You asked me here. I was asked here. What? Why? Who? Why have you been blocked? I was answering a question.
He has not finished his question.
No, he's already insulting me. I want him to be respectful. Listen. You're saying that we have some people mention Raila. That's why they become famous. I'm already extremely famous. I'm a household name. Your family must know me. I don't need that popularity. I'm already above them globally. I have a global reputation. I've received global awards. I'm a national figure. No, I take offense. That petty language is what hired trolls come and tell us on Facebook and Twitter. You cannot bring that to this podium kindly. You must protect me if I'm here to be invited to speak about my campaign. I think this conversation was about why am I running as an independent? What am I presidential? Yeah, this. I don't know who this person is. Is he a guest? Is he one of you employed? I don't know. I think I wasn't introduced to him. But I take offense. I take offense.
Siti Muga is a host of the show.
I take offense. I really take offense.
What we want to know is why you are running as president. Now, I think once we take this break, when you come back, let's steer clear of whether you've been persecuted or not and speak to the Kenyans on why you'd like to be president, why you've wanted to be president once, twice, thrice, and now it's the fourth time that you want to be president. And the first thing that we'd like to know once we come back from this break is whether you have met the requirements that have been presented by the IEBC.
I have.
And then the next thing is now, what next for your campaign?
Thank you.
It's 28 minutes to 10. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Nazlin Omar is our guest. She is a presidential aspirant in this election. She's going it all alone. She is an independent candidate. The Kenya Revenue Authority wants you to remember that they'd like you to talk. Tujadiliane, tuelewane. What does tujadiliane tuelewane mean? It means come and talk to us and let us understand one another. If you have an issue, KRA maybe has called you out and said, let's have a conversation about your tax, your filing, your declarations, your remittance of taxes, and you feel that you'd like to object, go ahead, have an objection, but do it through the alternative dispute resolution mechanism, because this is cheaper, it's faster, it's more confidential, and it results in a win-win situation for everybody who's involved, all the parties involved. We'll be back shortly. This is the Situation Room at 27 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
No, you know, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in McQueen?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, these resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And I mean, you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel in Kericho, good morning.
Salama sana Eric, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Seriousness Maritim, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Seriousness Maritim, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile juma namwambia yeye nini? Amalize aende. Asante sana.
That's it.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Business news with SpiceFM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. Kenyan millers have warned of a possible increase in maize and wheat flour prices. This coming just a day after members of parliament shut down proposals by the National Treasury to increase taxes on such commodities. In a joint statement with various sector stakeholders, United Grain Millers Association said the country is likely to experience higher prices due to a shortage which is currently being experienced in the country. According to the millers, the shortage of these commodities has been caused by persistent drought and reduced maize flow from East Africa Community cross-border trade. The Kenya Civil Aviation Authority has issued a temporary airspace closure for Saturday, May 28, 2022. In a statement, the authority said this is set to pave way for the forthcoming Kenya Defence Forces Museum Air Show Festival. Following these, flights arriving and departing from Wilson Airport between 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. on the said day will be affected. Passengers scheduled to travel Saturday through Wilson Airport have been advised to check with their respective airlines for flight status update. Absa Bank Kenya PLC has posted a 25% growth in first quarter profits to 3 billion shillings from 2.4 billion shillings previously. The rise in earnings through the first 3 months of the year to March is attributable to greater revenues in the period, with total operating income hitting 9.9 billion shillings from 8.8 billion shillings last year. Net interest income for the lender has grown by 15% to 6.9 billion shillings, while the non-interest funded income has grown at a slower rate of 3.4% to 3 billion shillings. KCB Group earnings through the first 3 months of 2022 have grown by 53% to 9.8 billion shillings from 6.4 billion shillings previously. The growth in the lender's profitability is largely attributable to higher revenues in the period, with total operating income rising by 26% to 29 billion shillings from 23 billion shillings. The higher income is anchored on an 18% rise in net income rise to 19.7 billion shillings from 16.7 billion shillings, and a 47% jump in non-interest funded income to 9.3 billion shillings. The bank has attributed the performance to the proactiveness in income growth and cost containment. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
SpiceFM.
All right,
Business.
cloudy conditions in parts of Nairobi today, highs of 26 and lows of 16. It's partly sunny at 18 in Nakuru, highs of 25 and lows of 14. And 20 degrees and light rain in Nyeri, highs of 25 and lows of 14. 13 will be the low in a mostly cloudy Eldoret at 18, going to highs of 23. It's raining in Mombasa at 28, we'll see highs of 31. 28 and rainy in Malindi, highs of 30 and lows of 27. Mostly cloudy conditions at 22 in Kisumu, we'll see highs of 27. And Kakamega, highs of 26 with lows of 15 today. Mostly sunny conditions at 23 in Kampala, highs of 26. And we'll see highs of 32 in Dar es Salaam, where it's mostly sunny currently at 27. Looking at sunny conditions at 15 in Johannesburg, highs of 21 and lows of 8, while it's raining in Lagos at 26 now, highs of 31, and raining as well in Kinshasa at 23, it'll go to highs of 29. 34 and sunny conditions in Beijing, and we'll see lows of 15. Paris is cloudy at 14, highs of 21, and London at 21. That'll be today's high. It's currently sunny at 14. It's all clear in New York at 14. Coming into Thursday, we'll see highs of 20 and lows of 14.
Spice up your life.
All right, so end of traffic hour as per the clock, looking much better on the thicker superhighway coming into the city. Kiambu Road also, that's levelling off. We have in and outbound traffic on Ring Road Westlands into and out of Westlands and into the city. We'll keep an eye on things this morning. Let us know through the day on SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
20 minutes to 10. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, broadcasting on Spice FM, on YouTube, on Facebook, and on our website, www.spicefm.co.ke. The hosts on this show, CT Muga, Okoh, Eric Latiff. The guest this hour, presidential aspirant Nazlin Omar, who's running on an independent ticket. Nazlin, you presented your name together with that of your running mate to the IEBC,
yes,
correct?
Yes.
Who's your running mate?
Sam Bio, he's a young man, 26-year-old youth. And I opted to choose youth for the purpose of representation of the majority bloc and majority citizenship of Kenya. And on the basis that, leaders, again, since we were young, I was young. I had no marriage or no children. We've been hearing, youth are the leaders of tomorrow. Tomorrow has long come and gone and it's become like, another era again. Like our own children, we were youth hearing that. Now we have grown up children who are now youth and they are also hearing that. So I think I need to jump the multi-generational gap and just say, okay, here you are guys, make it work. You keep on complaining, you're not considered. I've put you literally on the podium. Try and make it work. Yeah.
And now the other question is whether you've been able to present all the documentation that's required.
Yes, you actually asked me about. Okay, so this was the issue. You hear Kalonzo put in his documents yesterday, right? And we have court matters going on as we speak. Rulings are supposed to be given on the legality of the requirement by IBC to give ID cards. That's still being considered. It's even moved to appeal now. The grounds they may have given some of those independent candidates are different from the grounds I'm presenting to court this evening. All right? So I'll give you an example of you later. But for now, I think there's an issue about why am I vying? Why are they fearing me on the ballot? That was the issue. I think they know that she's first unbuyable. She's and the power seems to be elite people. Some elite cartel, a cabal, has decided the presidency must remain with specific people for the purpose of continuing protecting the generational theft in this country, land grabbing, generational theft, high corruption. Virala yesterday said 700 billion is being lost per year. The president has declared 2 billion per day. I'm thinking 5 billion per day. I mean, initially, we had one channel of corruption in national government. Now we still have that, plus we have 47 other channels. So it's extreme corruption. We are borrowing to pay debts and we are borrowing to steal. Right now, in the last 3 months, the government has borrowed over 380 billion shillings, and it's not going to any development. Every ministry is now squeezing every penny to give it to the to Kenyatta family and for the Raila Odinga's campaigns. That's what's happening. So they fear somebody totally independent with the entire Muslim bloc. I have done extreme work in the grassroots. Do you know, as you're sitting, I was even saying it on Facebook, without even leaving my house, I'll have gathered all the signatures all over Kenya because I've committed my life towards living for the sake of others. My banks are always in blank or very little because whatever comes in again, I'm running all over
share
country.
with the people.
I've built this country.
So you said you've been able to gather 94,000
Actually, much more. What I put down to give
ID copies.
98. It was 98.
98.
Okay, 98. And what happened is, like, for example, Nyeri, Laikipia, Kirinyaga actually sent forms of being done all over because of my network is big. The communities I've supported with income generating activities all my life, all over Kenya, including Turkana, imagine Mandera, they're actually collecting signatures and sending it. Even as I'm speaking, I've gathered everything and they still have to go to some sacco send someone in a sacco there in River Road to collect signatures that have been sent from Laikipia. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Plus
It's still
ID
happening.
Plus ID copies?
No, I have said we are not collecting ID copies. And let me tell you, I'm going to DCI to make an official report tomorrow. And I'm also put it as an order in the petition that DCI has been put in there as an interested party. I want DCI to investigate anyone who's submitting ID cards. You know why? Nobody has gone to the ground to collect ID cards. Let me tell you that. The situation is violent. What Azimio and the other Ruto's team and Raila's team have done, and Kalonzo's team and whoever else is presenting, these are data stolen from Safaricom and other. And we've also brought in Data Protection Agency something. There's an organization.
Nazlin, if I may, if I may jump in and ask you.
Yes.
I mean, I think we spent a better part of this time looking at the things that may have been done to you as opposed to what you want to offer to the country in the position of president. What are some of those things? And I ask that because it's extremely important, because you run the risk of folks paying attention to the things that have come to hurt you.
I was answering questions. There are three of you asking different questions.
Please allow me to finish my question. So what I'm asking you here is, as you are getting to this place where you want to be president, what are things based on these things that you've seen, which may be grievances, that you say then need to be done in this country that you're offering?
Yeah, I think first is fighting corruption. As soon as I'm elected president, I would like to say that I most probably will suspend the constitution. I will suspend the constitution, like what Mahathir did in Malaysia. What he did, the people of Malaysia called back a very old retired prime minister on public demand because of excessive corruption was going on and on even after he left office. He had to come back in the election and be elected again. Why? What did he do? He actually stopped immediately. I'll actually give a 2-week amnesty to anyone. If you know your money has been looted by you or your family in the period or went missing or could not be accountable when you were president or when you were prime minister or when you were minister or CS or PS or county governor or anything, if public funds cannot be accounted for while you are in that position, then I'll give you 2 weeks amnesty. Even if you've used most of the money, you have a little bit saved or you bought some properties, just surrender and say, okay, I've used 70%, this is 30%, I'm willing to give in, I'll give you. And other than that, I think the issue we're having is on prosecution. You'll see no major corruption deal is ever concluded fairly in the courts of justice in Kenya. So you can see there's an issue of intimidation or favor or tribe comes in. And this the same thing goes for investigation and prosecution, if you'll agree. Like Ruto's people are saying they're all being targeted, not the Kenyatta or the Odinga side. So to get out of that, I'm going to call for international friends of Kenya countries, global countries like FBI and all, MRI, all these organizations give us. I'm going to form an independent international investigation committee. The same thing for prosecution and the same thing an international independent criminal court, which will be heard consecutively. Within 60 days, everybody's case should be heard, determined, and concluded. Everybody under whose docket money went missing. The Auditor General has done a fantastic job of actually disclosing this one's missing. This ministry can't account for this. This project can't account for this. We have that formal information.
Address the issue of corruption within... You said 90 days?
Yes, within 60 days. 60 days, we're going to address that formally. And at the same time, anyone who's been a public servant or a civil servant cannot leave the country. They'll have to submit their passports
so they have to stay in the country.
Places. You have to stay in as we're investigating you and charging you and pressing.
And you have suspended the constitution, so even our Kenyan judges are not the ones who are hearing these cases.
These cases will have to be heard. Let me tell you, Kenya right now is the top country on corruption in the world. We are top on the index. When we are put number 2 from Nigeria, sorry sis, I don't agree with that. You know why? Nigeria is massive. The GDP is massive. Lagos itself is more GDP than Kenya as a country. So when they say they are top in corruption, it's because their monies are so much more than what Kenya has. And when we say Pakistan is next, no, Kenya is the top country in corruption if you look at TI and other reports. So an extreme situation needs an extreme measure. And that's the extreme measure that I would feel I want to do. I've not completed what I want to do. So that is one. Once we handle closed channels of corruption, by the way, even before being elected president, as we speak, I'm writing to IBC. We are starting a new referendum, Okoh wa Kenya referendum. So I want to write to him, so he gives us his what are the rules and regulations, and we are mobilizing nationwide. We are starting a conversation. Are we happy? We've had a constitution for 3. This is the third. This is going to be. This is going to be the third election under this new constitution.
12 years.
Under the new devolution system. Has it helped? Has devolution helped Kenyans, or has it increased more channels of theft? What do we need to do? So I'm going to have this conversation. We are going to end up having a draft constitution that we are going to go for popular version and submit it for referendum. And if we win, that referendum will mean that the Kenyans have asked for a new election. So within 2 years from now, I'm seeing Kenya going for another election. Definitely, we are going to have another election. So whatever Chebukati thinks of banning us or barring us is nonsense. Kenyans are going to go change and remove all the clauses in the Constitution or add stronger clauses in the Constitution that actually constitutionalize crime and what needs to be done about it. So we are expecting to have a referendum in 2 years. And that referendum will be a call for a new election within 60 days. 60 days, why? We'll be expecting IBC to be recreated, not with the present commissioners. Where Fulla Chebukati is going, whether he likes it or not, we're going to oust him through that referendum. We're just going to say Kenyans want change, and they'll need to demarcate the boundaries. So considering all that, they'll need time. Instead of snap elections in 3 months, we'll be giving time for 60 days.
There's a question about this suspension of the constitution.
That's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, or maybe parts
Ask
of
it, City.
Yeah.
Because if you suspend the constitution, essentially we introduce martial law. And what it means
not
is
necessarily.
Actually, of necessity, it means the president has the power or takes over the powers of every other arm of government. They can jail you, they can anything that the president deems as appropriate can be done.
That's what I believe we do need. Let me tell you what's going to happen. I'm an independent candidate, right? Imagine Kenyans have elected me, and maybe 50, 60 other candidates all over the country. Those goons who I'm opposing, who I'm calling despots, will still have the majority to oust me
in Parliament.
So we have to suspend it if we are going to execute this plan I have for Kenya. It's an extreme measure. And of course, I believe I am capable of not harming any individual. That's why I'm saying international bodies, world media, everything will be landing here and taking account into how we are handling this. We just want to be very fair. And to make sure tribalism doesn't come in, favor or intimidation doesn't come in, we have to have independent judges, international judges, who don't give a damn about tribe or who you are or who I am. They'll just be fair in the investigations. So you've asked me how I'm going to do it. I know it's a radical decision, but that's what Kenya needs.
And actually, what I want to ask is how can Kenyans then trust you? That
they
once
want
you
this.
have
I've been all over the
suspended
country. I've been all over the country. But
you will not become this new dictator who has suspended the constitution and has taken up all the powers and is sitting in State House with no checks and balances at all.
No, there'll be checks and balances. Let me tell you what we're going to do. This election is coming in about 75 days, right?
Yes.
So about 3 months, right?
Yep.
This referendum will have started. The movement for collecting signatures and the dialogue will have started in 1 month.
Okay.
So long before elections, we'll have started this
So
conversation.
in the next 30 days,
we'll be out there. All right. And I've done my groundwork. I've been all over the country. I've got written letters. We want this. We want this. We've taken information gathered. We're actually going to provide this information, what Kenyans want. They want this conversation to donors because civic education. IBC has done no civic education on this general election, if you'll agree with me.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
IBC has done no civic education to Kenyans that even there are some people who are calling themselves independent candidates are going to come to the ground to ask you for the ID copies. They're not giving them.
They haven't done that.
So Kenyans are thinking you're thieves. You want to take my ID, you want to leave my fingerprints, you want to go and fill the ballot. And some people have not registered. If you remember, what did Chebukati say? There's been a voter apathy this time. There's so many more youth who have attained the age of majority, they have IDs, they have not registered as voters. So there's voter apathy. So is Chebukati using this compelling independent candidates to come up with ID copies, using that to fill their registers, and use those numbers to actually fill the ballot box for Raila Odinga, because he's a state project. President has said Raila must win. He's his chief campaigner, blah, blah, blah. So that's what we are feeling, and the people of Kenya are feeling.
What about the state of the economy?
Yes.
Obviously, a lot of people have argued that this election is an economic one because of how things have been over the last give or take 10 years. What would be your approach then towards that?
Economy? I didn't get you.
This is an economic election.
What do you mean by economic election?
Okay, so the state of the economy. Kenya has an issue with debt. Folks have been complaining. I mean, we've seen the cost.
I get you now. Yes, I get you.
The cost of living has gone up. So anybody who wants to deliver leadership is talking about what they're going to do.
I think that's why they're trying to bar me, because they know.
I'm asking. What would be your approach to deal with the economic situation in the country?
I think for me, if I'm elected.
If you're elected.
Yes. I think, first of all, what I've just explained to you is the first address, is the head-on taking corruption. Once we close down those levels of corruption, I believe, and these are the constitution requirements we'll put as a necessity in the new constitution draft. Right now, the constitution draft says Kenyans have a right to social welfare, including housing and all. Yes. But then they put a clause there that if it can afford it, and depending on an act of parliament, they've made it easy to escape that. Yep. That's going to be compulsory. No Kenyan should sleep hungry. I have declared to Kenyans, I will go on a 1 meal a day when elected president, until I can make sure my entire nation is having at least that same 1 meal a day. And it can be done. We can have meals. Kenya, one thing good that came out of the Nyayo system was having social halls everywhere. The local chief systems are still the administration. They can easily give you a badge for a family that needs meals. They can go there and have a free meal a day, every day. Nobody should sleep hungry, I believe.
How will you be able to finance this?
Well, if we can still finance it. Just now, right now, we have tons of money, but it's being stolen. So if we can stop theft and channel this into feeding, housing. We should have tall high-rise buildings. I've been to Cairo, if you have been there. It's amazing. They've got high-rise buildings. Everybody has a home. What Libya had done, what Gaddafi had done, every person had a right to a home. And let me tell you right now, the biggest problem, this constitution, the leaders who inherited this constitution is that, let me tell you, for example, Uhuru Kenyatta was elected president in 2013, correct?
Yep.
He was elected president. Uhuru Ruto failed to create policies, frameworks, strategy frameworks, implementation frameworks for county governments. Because remember, county governors were elected, but the president and his manifesto is what was elected. I get what I'm saying. What he promised the people should have been formed into policies, frameworks, strategies, and that's my expertise for counties. You do this, and you do that how? You map Pokot, Turkana, Wajir, Kos, Mombasa, Kitui. What are the needs of these people? You put them in that budget plan and you implement it under policy. That failed. I would even want to do that even if I don't become president. I'm going to create this policy and have it adopted by all county governments to the National Committee of Governors. It's worth it. Somebody needs to do this. They failed. So the governor just sat there, decide what he wants to do, how he wants to loot. MCAs are what? The majority, 95% of MCAs are thugs. They blackmail the governor, or the governor uses them to push his agenda, and they get paid to get all these things done. Same as they tried to do with BBI. They were given money literally, and they did what they did.
So they're not doing their job of checks and balances.
And yes, do we really need them then?
Sure. And Nazlin, do you have a clean bill of health then when it comes to, transparency and making sure that you also are on the right side of things?
I don't think there's a better Kenyan than me on clean account. First of all, I've never been in government. I've never been a beneficiary of any government shillings. In fact, my business, my economy has been frustrated being in opposition and being opposed and frustrated, and in every account, there's been a political systematic prosecution against me. So I am the one. At one point, when Raila was prime minister, he had me arrested. He had me arrested for stealing my own 3 Range Rovers. If you remember, I was in the headlines.
Oh, you stole your own vehicles?
My own vehicles.
Okay.
And I'd imported them. I'd financed somebody. 60,000 pounds I lost. And those cars are still rotting at DCI's office. DCI had said the cars belong to me. KRA said she'd never tried to steal anything. The cars belong to her. I sued KRA as well, but KRA has come on court. No, this cars belong to her. Now the case is being dragged only. The case is being dragged. And when I filed that petition is after, because I called the AG when I was in the cell. I said, I've been arrested. I called everybody. I've been arrested. This is what's happened to me. They said, it's okay. We'll look at the case tomorrow. It's too late now. So that was Amos Wako, by the way, that time. And the next day, I heard that when I was taken to court and released after 5 days in incarceration, I heard that the case has been terminated. The previous constitution had a clause called nolle prosecute. So they said this case is unprosecutable. They entered a nolle prosecute. And that time, if you remember, my bodyguard and my driver were also arrested. They were used by police to now chase me, gunmen, shots. They were the ones telling this. By the way, the police said, we are with you. The DCI said, we are with you. But there's a parallel force that was...
Somewhere that was playing some games.
Which was playing some
games.
games.
We've got about a minute and a half to the end of the show.
So looking at that, did I answer your question, sweetheart?
More or less.
I want to ask you the final question.
Yeah.
You've said that you recently registered as a voter, but you've checked your registration details and you still find that there's an issue. Are you prepared to go and have that addressed with...
The registration in the IBC data shows Nazlin Omar Fazaddin Rajput, but the gazettement is reading badly.
Okay.
So, yes, I'm moving to court basically on the issue of ID cards, and what I've told you is what Kenyans are feeling and that they're using this to rig the election. We've asked Chebukati on the 23rd. Today is the day you're supposed to telling us is a pre-nomination day. Why have you turned it into a submission? The submissions, as you said, people are still submitting up to the 6th of June. That is the period it's given us 1 week. So if he's pulled that back, of course, the courts will reconsider that. And independent candidates are the largest. I mean, there are 7,000 independent candidates plus. No party has so many candidates or aspirants put together. Both of them still don't have so many. So this is a new generation. There's a new movement. It's a new force coming in, and you can't ignore them. Most of them are independent-minded, but most had a fallout from parties where party bosses took money from rich aspirants at the detriment of powerful people. So that's what we told IBC Chebukati there, and that's what we're telling the court. Don't push powerful people on the ground to feel so deceived that they have to raise up. We don't want you to take us back the Rwanda way or back to the post-election violence of 2008. We can create peace if the courts and IBC could come to some common sense right now.
Nazlin, thank you very much for coming. Our time is up. Asante sana for joining us. Nazlin Omar is a presidential aspirant in this election city. Send us away with the day's proverb.
A single bracelet does not jingle.
A single bracelet does not jingle.
Yes.
This one is from the DRC.
This is from the DRC. It's our last proverb from the DRC.
Yeah,
Thank God I have many bracelets.
Yes, they do jingle.
You do too.
Kenya's biggest conversation will be back tomorrow morning. Have a lovely day. It's now 10 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Newswire with Dennis Oseto. Kenyans have been advised to maintain peace this election period and not to allow political differences to divide them. Speaking at the Safari Park Hotel, where